One.
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 If anyone gets that reference, you're on the internet too much.
$1 million.
I was going the one.
I don't get it. I guess I haven't been on the internet too much. Thank God.
Okay, I'll explain the joke because it's funnier. If anyone's ever seen the Snapcube real-time fan dub of Sonic 06, yeah,
Oh.
that's the first real joke in there. Is Sonic shows up in the cutscene and goes, ha ha, one.
That is because you're a beta cook.
Yes, that is where, that joke comes from there too.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not as pleasant as you think.
Yeah, the Tilted Towers joke comes from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know shit.
All right, well, anyway,
Hello.
welcome to the end of 2024.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Been a long year. I've seen too many fucking movies. I apologize in advance to both this very small audience that is watching and you, Ernest, because we are going to be here for
Fuck
a
you.
while.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I hate you.
So,
Anyway.
for reference, I've seen I stopped watching movies. I watched my last movie that I needed to get through that I really wanted to yesterday. That was my 107th movie of the year. I am never doing that again. I don't think I could. I don't think I can stomach that many movies again.
I don't know. You were going for a record this year.
Like, it wasn't intentional. I just wanted to see everything that I wanted to see, and I still didn't get to see everything I wanted to see. Fucking The Brutalist.
What?
There were a couple movies that I wanted to get to this year that I really wanted to see, but I didn't get to. Those being The Brutalist, Better Man, and The Last Showgirl. I wanted to get to those, but for Better Man and Last Showgirl, they're in limited release right now, and nowhere is showing them. But they're getting expansions in January, so I'll get to watch them in January.
Well, they can be 2025 movies.
Yeah,
Nice.
and I'm going to consider them 2025 movies because fuck you.
True.
And The Brutalist, I think, also expands in January, which sucks because I really, really wanted to watch The Brutalist. It's coming up. It's getting pushed really hard for award season, and everything I hear about it is that it's incredible. So I really do want to watch it, despite the fact that it's 3.5 hours. But I really wanted to watch it.
Before.
I mean, I watched Killers of the Flower Moon, so I should be fine. But in one of my favorite fucking movies is The Irishman, so I don't really like. I'm cool with 3.5 hours. But yeah, like.
What are you okay with 4 hours?
Depends on the movie.
The Snyder Cut.
Oof.
Oof. Speaking of Snyder Cut.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, I didn't make Ernest do this. I'm not going to say I made him, but I kind of pushed for him to catch up a lot towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Because while I was out there grinding away, watching nothing but movies for months, our boy Ernest here hasn't seen a whole lot.
No.
In comparison to me. I think for a normal person, you've seen more than the average person.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for freaks like me, you've only seen like a fraction of what I saw.
A fraction of your power.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I think I would say you saw most of what you wanted to see.
I miss a few things, but
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with what I've seen.
Okay. Well then, why don't we get this show on the road, huh?
Let's get this party started.
Let's get right going. So our first movie up is the Garfield movie. How did I watch this?
So wait, what is this? This is the worst, or is this an
Oh,
honorable
we're not.
mention?
No,
Is
no,
this
no. We're
honorable
not doing.
mention?
We're not doing best and worst stuff right
Oh, we're
now.
not doing that. Okay.
No, we're doing the end point. We're gonna go through it all.
And
Sorry, I kind of skipped all that. But yeah, we're doing the end point. Uh,
you didn't.
oh boy, this is a hot fucking mess already. You know what? No, we're going with it. We're sticking to it.
That's funny.
This is a hot fucking mess, but I don't even care. Let's just go.
Right,
Let's
here we go.
roll.
Oh boy, the Garfield movie. Shit.
Garfield movie. Uh, yeah. This is like arguably one of like the laziest, most formulaic, like form of babysitting that you can watch since like the last Illumination movie. It
Or
it
any
is
Illumination
bad.
movie,
It
matter.
is bad all around. In comparison to like the Bill Murray Garfield movies, that makes me want to watch those over this. Like
that's that's embarrassing.
like they're terrible. They're worse than this one. But I would rather watch them over this.
Wait, both of them are worse. You think?
Yeah.
Uh,
Dude, I watched them again before this movie came out. I did that to myself. I watched the fucking Garfield movies.
I was gonna say the second was awful.
The second one is awful. The first one's really, really bad too. But the second one, oof. That one's pain incarnate.
First one's kind of funny, but the "Who Let the Dogs Out" part.
The thing that makes me like go like I'd rather watch those over this is because Bill Murray is a better Garfield than Chris Pratt.
You don't say.
Like Chris Pratt is just Chris Pratt in this movie. Like he kind of tried in the Mario movie, but like he didn't try at all for
I don't
Garfield.
understand why they kept. I don't understand. Chris Pratt, Garfield. Yeah, let's do it. Makes sense.
Just oh my god.
You have better luck making him John.
Right? No, Nicholas Hoult is John in this movie.
Why? What?
I don't know. He puts on more of a voice than Chris Pratt does for this movie.
Nicholas Hoult. Oh God,
Nicholas
why?
Hoult. Nicholas Hoult has had an incredible 2024, and I totally forgot until like just now that he was in this movie.
I didn't know he was in this movie.
Yeah.
You've shell shocked me.
Yeah, he's John. He's John.
Great. Earn that money, I guess.
Yeah, get paid, bro. You deserve it. Yeah, 4 out of 10 on this movie. Like I don't really. It's bad.
That's not much. That's not much to say. The convo we had about it was better than the movie itself.
Yeah,
And I haven't seen it. So I'm just assuming that it
I
doesn't look very,
I'd be inclined to agree.
doesn't look very good.
It was not. Yeah, that's Garfield. That movie sucked ass. Moving on from there, we can go to Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F. So, fun fact, I actually put this in as one of the movies I wanted to talk about in the little roundup we did a couple months ago.
You forgot or something?
I totally forgot.
Yeah, I forgot this came out.
I totally forgot because that was one of the ones I wanted to talk about for that video, but I totally forgot about it. And yeah,
That says something about the movie.
that probably says something about the movie. So I actually watched all of the Beverly Hills Cops movies before watching this one because I wanted to be, learned.
First time?
Yeah, first time. Really, really liked 1 and 2. Fuck 3. 3 is awful. But 1 and 2 are really good.
I only saw one. One's awesome.
Yeah. 2 is really good too.
Yeah, I see that one.
I would say, yeah, one's great. 2 is really good. And then
As you said, three.
3 is garbage. But this one, 4, Axel F, is it kind of just plays like a greatest hits album, honestly. It's everything that you like about Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2. It's all the things. And that's okay. That's okay. The hits are hits for a reason. And Eddie Murphy in this movie is like You know how like with the Sonic movies, it's like we've recaptured '90s Jim Carrey.
This is
Like it
that
like it
for.
never left. This is '80s Eddie Murphy.
Oh, that's good.
It's
That's
and
that's
it's
peak
it's
Eddie
like he
Murphy.
it's like he never left.
Yeah, that's peak Eddie Murphy.
Exactly. He's so good in this movie. He's so funny.
Now
But the
he's got
movie
to do.
itself is mid as hell. It's about as paint by numbers as it gets.
Get the
It
fuck
doesn't
out of here.
try anything new. They even do the get the fuck out of here
Yeah, I
yeah, with him from
I did see that scene. It
yeah
was funny.
yeah. It didn't try anything new, but it's fine because it's just going. It's not going for anything more than that. It just wants to play the hits, and you'll be fine. You'll enjoy it.
Any cool action considering it's a new movie like
Uh,
new age.
there's a pretty cool helicopter chase.
Yeah,
Not in some all right shootouts, but
you know, for a movie about cops, you can hope for like
yeah,
a fun
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Something.
The helicopter chase is like the thing that stands out the most, because it's a helicopter chase where the people in the helicopter have no idea how to fly the helicopter. So the helicopter's just flying like fucking crazy all around LA, and it's pretty funny. I have to. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, the movie gets points from me just for being like well made and funny, and just Eddie Murphy absolutely going ballistic. But the movie itself is just mid as fuck, like a 6 out of 10. That's kind of where I kind of landed on it.
Mm.
But I did enjoy it. I can say I did enjoy it. All right, and from there we go to Dee Dee, which is you.
Well, you saw it too. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, but
I mean, yeah, you already covered it.
yeah, I covered it in the last video, so now you get to talk about it.
Okay, fine. I'll do my best. I was kind of unprepared for this moment, but here I am. Here we are now. This is the moment where I must talk about the movie DD of this Asian kid called Chris Wang Wang. I still referred to him in the movie multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed DD. Just saying, I hate that title.
Dee Dee. Is it
Yeah,
because you
yeah.
keep wanting to
After
say
yeah,
Diddy?
yeah, yeah. This movie is cursed with knowledge, and so am I. But yeah, DD. Um, I liked it quite a lot. I like the events of the movie as they went on. Very awkward comedy between yeah, this would be considered a comedy, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like
You can consider it a
in
comedy.
moments,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe because there are very like awkward moments in the movie. Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, coming of age story, but not the most conventional type of coming of age story where everything goes a little smoother in most of those movies. This one
More
has,
realistic.
yeah, I would say more realistic, more bumps along the road for this kid. And now I'm not saying that every kid will go exactly to what
No.
Chris here goes through. He is very much a he's almost not human as to how he communicates with people. Like he's clearly someone from another place who doesn't quite know how to talk to people, how to
Mm-hmm.
communicate, understand the room, read the room, or anything like that. It's kind of just
Kind of
I don't
sheltered.
know, sheltered and what I would call kind of a trend chaser.
Mm-hmm.
Like he kind of just
He's trying to fit in. He doesn't not know where he
yeah,
fits in.
he just has to just like do the cool thing or whatever. What might make him fit into something,
Mm-hmm.
which understandable. But sometimes for me, it got a little too much with him. Like when he started to just call the girl "you stupid bitch," I'm like, I kind of looked at the camera like, what? Oh, you think that's acceptable to say? Now I understand that it was because he saw a friend do it,
Mm-hmm.
but he's got to understand like there's a strong connection between some people that he doesn't have with some people, which I understand is what he wants to.
He's
But
also 14.
he's 14.
He's 14. He's going into he's 8th grade going into high school.
Yeah, I thought he was younger. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
no, yeah, he's 14. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a lot of things you don't understand about like social concepts at 14.
True enough. I can't say that I was like this, um, which made it a
Sure,
little fresh. Which made,
everyone's experience is different.
yeah, it just made it a little frustrating as an experience for me to see him. Not that it ruined the movie for me. It was just like frustrating at times.
Hmm.
But sometimes it was like relatable, like awkward talking to girls at that age. It's like, oh god, girls you like too. But it's not just about him. It's about the mom too. The mom is a
Yep.
very like strong component of the movie that I quite enjoyed. Seeing her side, how she's kind of dealing with everything, either being criticized by her mother-in-law, dealing with Chris's life.
Because
How
yeah, Chris is Chinese American. He's first generation born
yeah,
in the states. So there's a lot of like generational trauma that comes from that.
yeah, her trying to her witnessing the way Chris is living his life, or trying to, and her trying to come, like, I don't know, like, wanting to be proud of him, encouraging him to do better, but her also wanting to do her own little things, dreams, but sad reality that some of those things might not come true, and her hoping the best for her kids. The sister too. The sister was a sleeper for me in the movie.
Hmm.
I thought she would be kind of generic at first, but seeing her come around to a point where she starts caring for Chris more, I
Hmm.
really started to like her more than the
Yeah,
others.
she realizes that he is hurting. That they're like he is just trying his best, and that she shouldn't always give him shit for everything.
Yeah, but he shouldn't piss on.
I think he you think he shouldn't piss. He shouldn't piss in her lotion. Uh
Okay, I'll be fair. He instigated most of the things
oh,
in the
he
movie,
instigated most of it.
which
Yeah.
is which is kind of why I find a hard time getting behind Chris at times. When I'm like, I'm gonna sister side. You don't, what the fuck, pissing on her lotion bottle? You weirdo, little freak, little freaky little uke. Uh, and yeah, as much as I felt sad for Chris, sometimes I also felt like, yeah, you deserve that. At times, I don't know. You feel like that too? Oh,
Oh, what do you mean?
oh, okay. Like his constant lying, the way he treats his mom, at times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
spoilers are fine, right?
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Like when he talked to his skateboarder friends,
Hmm.
and then the
Oh,
mom
and he
came.
pushed his mom out of his room.
Yeah, and
Yeah, and then they're all
the way
like,
he
"Dude,
talked to
don't
her,
do that."
and the
Yeah.
fact that they know that he lied to them about him being half Asian, for that he lied about for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
I think it was just
It's
him trying to like find places where he could fit in. If he
is it
felt like he had to lie to
maybe,
gain
but
favor.
I don't think there was ever like an admission of them saying that Asian kids are weird.
No, that's the point. Is that they never say that, but he feels it for some reason, and maybe part
Mm,
of it is like his almost like what's the word like embarrassment that he is Asian,
all right.
because like you have
So I
those
was
scenes
thinking
of
about
him
that
with his
too.
mom and with the other Asian people in the community, and like talking about like how great their kids are and what they're doing, and he doesn't want to do any of that. He wants to do filmmaking. He likes to record things, like you see him with his YouTube channel. Like, and he's trying to find what he likes, and he has stuff that he likes, but it's not conforming with what like his mom would want for him, or that like tradition would want for him.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but then I thought of the other Asian kid, uh, in his friend group that he kind of abandoned afterwards. It was the kid with my mom has cancer. What the fuck,
Mm,
that kid? I was like, Didi kind of thought that kid was kind of cool with the way he like talked to people. So I was thinking like, hey, he's kind of I guess a finer Asian inspiration for you, like someone to look up to in a way. Because from what I remember, Didi thought it was kind of cool also.
mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I guess he needed to see an Asian kid, an older Asian kid in a frat house party where they were all
Mm-hmm.
smoking weed. I guess he needed that too. Yeah, it was just strange. But yeah, the moments like that where he was like, "This guy's whack," I'm like, I kind of agree. Not gonna lie. Also, one thing, this is just a pet peeve. How fucking hard is it to record a fucking camera and capture, you know, an image properly?
Harder than you think.
Harder than I think. I don't know.
Having taking a class on it, it can be difficult.
I don't know. I did photography. Like I that was a like a cool hobby of mine that I did a lot. Also
Hmm.
like recording some stuff. It wasn't very difficult for me. Like I don't know. When I saw him recording the footage of the kid juking
The
the
cop.
guard,
Oh yeah, yeah, the
the
guard.
guard, it's like he was clearly in the bushes or like seeing it through the bushes. Just move, motherfucker. Like damn, man. Like I'm trying to root for this kid most of the time, but it's like he was fucking up so much. It's irritating. But I can't help but feel bad. But at the same time, god damn it, dude, do better. Other than that, I enjoyed the movie. It was good. It was really good.
Hmm.
It was quite good. Quite quite enjoyable, quite relatable. Very awkward, funny, really funny at times too.
Hmm.
Like it's got some good humor. Like I mentioned, the kid with the cancer. What were you doing? I was fucking your mom. My mom has cancer, dude.
Hmm.
It's, it feels like a joke song we would have done back in the day.
Hmm. Because this movie takes place in 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I was too young to be
Yeah,
born
we would have
until
been too young for that, but
yeah, no,
yeah.
more 2015.
Yeah.
That's we're not that old, guys. We're
No.
pretty young. We're pretty young. Don't ever forget it.
Yeah. Don't ever
Early
forget it.
early 20s. Fuck you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I liked it. I'm gonna give it an eight, 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Mm. Glad I saw it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, going on from there, we have Harold and the Purple Crayon.
She didn't cover this.
No, I didn't want to,
Oh, well, here we are. Shit.
but I have to now. I put
Fuck.
it off. This movie sucks ass.
You don't
It
say.
it takes a premise that like has a lot of potential, like creative potential, because it's a guy who can literally create anything with a magic crayon. And they made the most like generic family movie you can think of. Like it is so lame.
It's the Purple Lantern.
Kind of like there's not a single like piece of creative energy in this movie. It like Zachary Levi is the most dishonest actor in this entire movie. Like none of his performance felt genuine.
No.
Like he's just mugging at the camera for an hour and a half. Like
Mug at the camera.
yeah, like it sucks. Uh, it's a very fast movie, but it's filled with like torturous humor, terrible writing, and like it. It's a movie that felt tried when the Smurfs did it, and that was like
The
that
old
was 13. That was 13 years ago.
the one with Neil Patrick Harris in it. That one.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Ugh.
yeah,
No, we use torture.
yeah. This isn't as bad as the Smurfs, but I don't know. Like there's I have nothing good to say about this movie, like genuinely. However,
However,
however, I stopped myself from giving this like the lowest score I could give it.
why
I
is
felt
that?
nice to all the Herald heads out there or whatever they call themselves.
There are no Harold. That's a lie made by someone.
Uh,
Fuck
I
off my feed.
this movie got the fucking I love that. I love that tweet. Get the fuck off my feet. Yeah. Yeah. This movie earned the fucking Family Guy Spider-Man bit from me. Everyone gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Tell him, Peter.
Uh,
Yeah,
that's
that's everybody
that's
else.
that's my one. Everyone gets one, and Harold and the Purple Crown got my one. This movie's a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very
Three
nice
out of
of you.
10. But yeah, I felt nice.
Well, thank you for saying it. No one else did.
Yeah, they sure didn't. All right, going on from there, we have. Oh, here you go.
Oh, this is
The
all
Rebel, the
me.
Rebel Moon director's cuts. You
Ooh.
fucking sadist.
You saw
Hmm.
170 movies worse than this, all right?
Ma-
Well, not 170.
Masochist, not sadist, not
How,
sadist. I hope you
wait,
don't. Yeah,
no, wait, how many? You saw 170 movies, you say?
107.
107. All right, all right. You probably saw like 10 worse than this. Probably. I don't know. Harold and the Purple Water Wall was for this. So,
I mean, I don't know. I refuse to watch the director's cuts of these movies. So,
well, how long is Harold?
hour 20.
Okay, yeah, that's a less torture experience compared to this. Anyway,
Hmm.
well, these two cuts have gore, more blood, more swearing, longer scenes, and tits, ass, and sex. So, of course, that would mean that it would be better, right? According to Zack Snyder, which he's an expert in those things. He's an expert in those. Have you seen 300? Have you seen
Mm-hmm.
have you
I like
seen Watch
300.
have you seen Watchmen?
Yes, I have seen Watchmen.
Have you seen Sucker Punch?
Unfortunately, I've seen Sucker Punch.
Have you seen what well my point being, hey, Zack Snyder Zack Snyder's little upgrades to movies, making them more mature. And by that I mean the maturity of a 14-year-old reading an edgy comic and said, I'm gonna add titties to it. That type of maturity. It's in here. So if you liked, so for some reason, like the first two movies, the shorter, uh, more saturated movies of these two cuts, then you probably really enjoy this. But if you didn't, like a smart fellow that you are, like those, these two movies are just those, but longer, with gore, blood, swearing, tits, ass, sex. I don't know how that can make it an upgrade for you, but there you have it. I mean, literally, the first scene is a scene that was not in the first cut of the first movie. It's a scene where there's like a war going on this planet with this family holding back an army of these terrible ass stormtroopers as the Imperium. They're as bad as
Mm-hmm.
stormtroopers. Because they can't even fucking take on two people, by the way, an army against two people. And then after that, it gets to a point where one of them retreats, uh, and they have a little pet monkey in a cage, a little small monkey. It's like a
Okay.
little blue monkey with 4 arms.
Okay.
This is a very strange thing, but yeah. Upon that first scene, they get surrounded by these stormtroopers because the numbers overtook them. I guess they're not that incompetent. And then after that, the monkey gets let out the cage by one of the owners, the father of the family. And then the
Mm-hmm.
monkey looks at the stormtroopers. Does monkey things. That's a jittery monkey shit. He
Mm-hmm.
he raises his arms up, and then he, no jokes, fucking Majin Vegeta explodes himself against to Majin Buu, to the stormtrooper army. He blows up like a fucking nuke. I was done after that. That was the first scene of the movie. It was so it was so dumb. It told me everything that was to come in these extended cuts of these movies. It was fucking hilarious. These movies are so much worse than the original cuts. They're longer, more egregious, fucking dumbass plot. The characters, despite having more screen time, they don't get any favors done at all. It is I would say it's a slog. I wouldn't say that. It's just it's funny to just watch that. Even getting more money make to have these movies be longer with more scenes couldn't even cover basic storytelling at all. It's nothing. It's just worse. It's more edgy without any substance whatsoever. These movies suck. Like, I don't know what to say. It's just funny that these movies might have just ruined Zack's career. Reputation. Not even some
No,
fucking
they
fans.
didn't.
Not even the Snyderoids like this. Not even they like this. Not even they like this. The Snyderheads or whatever. They can't. Yeah, it's kind of hard to defend.
Yeah.
You know, it looks ugly too. You know, people compliment Zack for his amazing way to keep the camera in place and shoot it and make everything look pretty. This movie looks ugly as piss. It's blurry, unfocused. Doesn't look very good. The color rating is shit. It's almost as bad as Army of Darkness. Like people fucking gave me
Army
a
of the
headache.
Dead.
Army of the Dead, yeah, that one. Sorry, that gave
Army
people
of
a
Darkness
headache.
is the Evil Dead movie.
Yeah, that's the good one. My bad. Army of
Yeah.
the Dead. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for Planet of the Dead. Woohoo.
Mm.
Yeah, so if it feels like these three movies, all because of Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead, it kind of just exposed Zack as not even being good at that as like the visual guy. It was someone else that did it because he did the cinematography for these movies, and
Mm-hmm.
they don't look very good, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of left wondering what can Zack Snyder actually do? What is he good at? You know,
It's not even action anymore.
not even action anymore. Yeah, the action is gonna be suck. Expect what you can expect
Yeah.
from Zack. Yeah, they're fucking shit. And yeah, they're both here because they're basically the same story. At that point,
Yeah.
uh, I got nothing else but a dumpster fire. It'd be really, yeah, I'd be shocked if we get the third movie. I'll be baffled by that
Yeah.
fact. Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, fucking shit. Two out of 10, both of them. Sure, I don't really know. I don't know. It's, it's hardly worth thinking about. You know.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can go on from there
Oh,
to Cuckoo.
Twilight of
Oh,
the Gods is fine though. By the way, it's fine. That one. Sorry to interrupt you. You were right there for like Twilight of the Gods is fine. It's the right thing. It's all right. I can get into why later on. Way later on. Whenever.
yeah.
And we're going to get my bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. Cuckoo. I watched this. This was one I actively chose not to keep into the roundup because I literally just don't know what to say about the movie. Um, I liked its vibe. I liked the cinematography and Hunter Schafer's performance as the lead. She's really, really good. It has some like interesting meditations on like grief and familial connection, but the plot makes no sense. Like the plot is so contrived.
Hmm.
Barely any of it like links up or makes sense or is explained well. Like it's a weird movie that like doesn't justify it.
It's
It's
cuckoo,
just
but
a
not the good
weird
cuckoo.
movie. Yeah. But even with all that being said, I like hesitate to say it's bad.
What is this about again?
So, it's about okay. I'll just read the plot synopsis. After reluctantly moving to the German Alps with her father and his new family, Gretchen discovers that their new town hides sinister secrets as she's plagued by strange noises and frightening visions of a woman pursuing her. And that is the cuckoo, who's like this weird monster lady.
Not monster ladies.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't like crazy monster ladies chasing me.
It feels like it was a kind of movie that was just kind of let by on whatever work the director had made before it. I'm not familiar with this director, and apparently not many are because he was only ever done like one or two things outside of this. And I don't know. I got nothing. Like it was not not a particularly bad movie, but not a particularly good one either. It's just the script, man. It's just so messy and nonsensical. Like it's just yeah.
Carried
It's
by
it's
Hunter.
Yeah, it is a very well in good cinematography and some creepy vibes and aesthetics, but yeah, otherwise it's a very meh movie. 6 out of 10.
I
Yeah,
see.
yeah, it is what it is. All right, we can go on from that to Jackpot. Um, fuck this movie.
You were excited for this one, weren't you, too? Right? You were like looking forward to it.
I was kind of looking forward to it, but what the fuck happened to Paul Feig, man? Like, this guy made fucking Bridesmaids, Spy, The Heat, A Simple Favor. Like, this guy's made some good fucking comedies. How the fuck did he end up making, like, this shit?
Ghostbusters ruined him, I guess, right?
Well, he did A Simple Favor after Ghostbusters.
Oh, maybe that was before Ghostbusters. Maybe like he made it before Ghostbusters. I don't know.
He did not.
Oh
There's a
shit.
2 year gap between those movies releasing, so. Um, anyway, this movie, do you even know what it's about?
It's about this girl that wins the lottery, and then John Cena is like a I don't know representative of the lottery, and every time he helps her, she gives the money to him. Like she loses like
So,
what, 20% or something.
yeah, that's actually not the setup. That's like after we like set up
Uh,
because this movie takes place in like an alternate future, where there's a grand lottery that's been instated. Well, anyone who wins the lottery, then legally, everyone in the state can kill that person,
mm,
but they have to do it before sundown. Otherwise, she gets the actual jackpot.
it's the purge.
It's literally the purge, except legally they're not allowed to use guns.
Can you use guns?
They're not allowed to use guns because it would make it too easy.
Um,
Yeah.
I guess, man.
Yeah. Because my first thought was like, oh, why don't they just use guns? And then they immediately were like, no, they outlawed guns. And I was like, okay. But, yeah. But yeah, when our main character, played by Aquafina, she mistakenly gets the winning ticket. John Cena is like a bodyguard that's supposed to help her and stuff, and they develop like a fun relationship, I guess. I don't know. This movie's fucking painfully unfunny. Yeah, no, they like Aquafina and John Cena almost have like anti chemistry.
Oh,
Like they're not funny together. Like at all. They're not funny at all together. You want to know what the only part of this movie that was funny were the end credits because they played bloopers.
and the was one of the movie, I guess.
The bloopers were funnier than the actual movie in themselves.
That's fucking sad.
Yeah. You know, there's none of this movie to me was funny or quirky. The action's fucking lame as shit. It like this movie doesn't give a shit about the real world at all. Yet it proclaims it's in the real world.
In the far future or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alternate future, whatever.
Yeah, like near future, yeah. Like I can see it how people would enjoy this, but this movie just like exhausted me. I hated it so much. I could only take so much of it, and it was an hour and 47 minutes. Like I wanted to fucking die after this movie was over.
It felt like 3 hours.
Yeah, it felt like it forever. Like there's an extended fucking cameo for Machine Gun Kelly, and I'm like, what the shit? Yeah, this movie's stupid as shit. I gave it a 3. I like, fuck
Like
that
it
movie,
was.
man. Fuck that movie. Yeah,
Fuck that movie.
real.
Fuck
Alright,
Jesse.
going on from there, we got Skincare, which is a movie about. It's apparently based on a true story. I don't know how true it is, but whatever.
Yo,
Uh,
is that Transformers 4, girl? The
no,
poster on
that's
the
no. It's actually Elizabeth Banks.
Oh.
Um, so the plot is a famed whatever the fuck, I can't read, bro. Hope Goldman is about to take her career to the next level by launching her very own skincare line. However, she soon faces a new challenge when a rival opens a boutique directly across from her store. Suspecting that someone is trying to sabotage her, she embarks on a quest to unravel the mystery of who's trying to destroy her life. That is a general setup. What we get is a movie of a woman losing her goddamn mind. like just losing her fucking mind, believing that everyone is out to betray her and just everything is going wrong for her. Yeah, it's all right.
It's alright.
I mean, it's all right, you know.
I mean, it's alright. Like,
Yeah.
overrated as fuck, in
It's
my opinion.
it's the thought is that I had is that it's a very superficial movie about superficial people. It's not about anything. It's not doing anything new with its genre, which is
Nathan Fillion's
like a
in it.
Nathan Fillion is in it. Yeah,
Oh my
uh,
god.
it works formulaically, like structurally. It's sound. Mostly in part to Elizabeth Banks, like incredible performance in this role. She's elevating it at every fucking turn. And as a dark comedy, like she has great senses for dark comedy. She can really pull that off. But like, I think, like in comparison to something where like a movie that I really enjoyed from a few years back called I Care a Lot. It's a similar movie and it's about a bad person going absolutely fucking insane and getting everything she deserves. But that movie has a lot more intricacies to it and actually like it kind of goes against the mold in a lot of cases, where this one is just the mold. It's cookie cutter. There's nothing really like excellent about it outside of Elizabeth Banks. It's a very mediocre movie altogether. I didn't I can't say I liked it, but I didn't think it was particularly bad either. I gave it like a 6 out of 10.
What a six today.
Yeah, yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of that. We can move on from that to The Union. This is, say it with me, folks, a shitty Netflix movie. Yeah.
I just covered one of those, two of those. Fuck.
Yeah. This movie's trash.
Oh no.
It's a schlocky, crappy rom-com action spy movie on Netflix. Uh, it just kind of, just keeps going.
Or are you telling me that Mark Wahlberg, Halle Berry, and Netflix didn't make up for a good combination? Wow, I'm shocked.
No, it's a movie that's kind of not certain on a tone because it's a rom-com and it wants to keep like the lighter parts of the rom-com, but it also wants to keep the mystery and the suspense and the like drama of a spy movie, and it sucks at both.
Oh
Like, I express this. I mean this with like full intent. This movie just kept going.
make it
Like
stop.
it just didn't stop. Fucking Marky Mark and Halle Berry have like okay chemistry. Everything about it is just fucking piss poor. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. It's got nothing, man. It's got really nothing.
You got nothing to say right here.
Yeah, just trash, man. Just trash. 3 out of 10. Trash.
Shocking.
Yeah, not even good action. It's PG-13, so I can't really go anywhere with the comedy
Fuck's sake.
or some of the action. My fucking Mike Coulter's in this movie, man. It was, I have no idea how, like, I was like, oh shit, Mike Coulter. I love Mike Coulter. Good to see ya. And I'm like, oh, right, you're in a Netflix movie. Maybe I should watch Plane.
Maybe.
Apparently that's good. Apparently that's good.
Yeah, apparently it's not like that. It's not like
Yeah.
cynical or stuff like that. It's really good.
Yeah. Fuck this movie. 3 out of 10, man. Fucking. It's getting to the point where now, if I'm like Mark Wahlberg can go on the list, if I see Mark Wahlberg in a movie, I just instantly turn around. Like,
It's in the Hall of Fame of.
I think he gets to be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Who's in that list? It's Ryan Reynolds, Dwayne the Rock Johnson, Gal Gadot, Mark Wahlberg. Is that the list right now?
Kevin
Oh,
Hart,
and Jack
Jack
Black.
Black.
And Jack Black, Kevin Hart. Yeah.
Did you
that's
say
the list.
Did you say Gal
I
Gadot?
did say Gal Gadot. Yeah.
Okay.
I did say Gal Gadot. Yeah. There's got to be someone else on the list, but I can't think of it now.
Halle Berry? I mean, what's the last
No.
What's the last
No.
What is the last movie she was in? Tell me. Tell me right now.
Before this one?
Yeah.
think she was in
I know.
John Wick. Yeah, she
Eh.
was in John Wick 3. Yeah.
Well, I don't like. Well, that movie's
Um,
something else. Come on before that.
she did just have a movie
Never
come
Let
out
Go.
like a couple months ago. Yeah, Never Let Go. I heard that was all right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I didn't watch it.
No.
Yeah. All right. We can fucking move on from this. What's next? The Killer's Game. Oh.
I was gonna say I heard the King was good for Mark Wahlberg, the dog movie.
Yeah, but it's Mark Wahlberg, so I turned around. But
Yeah,
I did hear Arthur the King was good. Yeah.
what's wrong
I
with Mark
did hear that was
Wahlberg?
good.
Not even a bad actor. Pretty good.
No, he's
What?
not. But when like every movie you watch of him is like flipping a coin.
Watch Painting Game.
Yeah, I like Pain and Gain. Okay.
I
But
like
all right.
it.
Anyway, the Killer's Game.
Oh, Batista.
Somebody get Batista needs a new agent, bro.
I
Batista needs a new fucking agent.
being so real. I heard this movie was really bad, and I don't feel bad because I heard that he was excited for this movie. In the interview with Chris Van Vliet, he was hoping this movie would succeed because it would like catapult his career into like cool action movies, like his own personal MCU. And I'm like,
Oh,
and I was like,
Dave,
Dave,
you're a
no.
really good actor. No.
He was like pumped for this one.
It's funny that movie I talked about at the beginning of this, The Last Showgirl. He's in that. He plays because the movie's starring Pamela Anderson as like a dancer, and he plays her manager. And apparently he's like incredible in that.
Hmm.
And I'm like, you gotta be shitting me, Dave. Now that you told me that. Oh, that makes me feel even better. Hey, Redbox is dead, but this movie would have been on it. This would have been a Redbox, like straight to Redbox type movie.
This movie, like I haven't seen it, but it does feel like, but Batista's old like movie, like
This
roster
feels like,
when he used to do
yeah,
his
this feels like those like straight to like Walmart $5 bin like
which is what he used to do.
wrestler action movies. This
Which
feels
is
like the Marine 8.
it's so weird because he became an actor because he thought he was so bad in like a movie that he wanted to do better, and this is just him going back to the old roots of him being well, I don't know if he's bad in the movie or not, but like
No, he's not bad in it. Like,
just,
whatever.
just doing
The movie itself's just
dumb,
garbage.
dumb old shit.
Yeah. It's not funny. It's not quirky. It's got nothing, man. Like there's like the action sucks. Like this movie has like that cast of like, oh, look at all these unique and quirky and different assassins, and all of them are the fucking biggest morons anyone could ever think of.
I'm interested in this because there's another wrestler in this movie that's in it. Drew Galloway. He's the Scottish guy. How was he?
I barely understood half of what he said.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I guess
it's
he
even
went.
funnier because like his partner in that movie is fucking Scott Adkins. Yeah.
I guess he went full Scottish this time. He's understandable.
Oh,
like, when he
yeah,
talks. Is Drew McIntyre and
yeah,
in WWE. His
yeah.
name is
I'm aware.
Drew Galloway. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering how he was in the movie.
Man, this movie's fucking god awful. Like it pained me to watch and finish this movie.
Oh.
Like I was just sitting there, just like, can it please be over?
I could still, brothers. I beg you for the love of God.
It's so god awful. Like the action is not good, but it is the only thing giving this like a point.
It's even
Because
got the
sometimes it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat.
it's even got the Rebel Moon Girl in it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sophia Boutella's in this, yeah.
She can't be in anything good. It's like
Terry Crews is in it. Fucking Tom
Yes.
Clementieff's in it. Sir Ben Kingsley's in it.
oh my god,
Yeah.
jeez.
You know. It was terrible. One out
all
of
the
10,
stops, huh?
man. 1 out of
Ooh.
10. Garbage.
What?
If you watch this, if you don't feel the same as me, we're gonna have to talk about it because I'm like, what could you possibly see in this movie?
Maybe it'll be funny bad. I don't know.
I wish.
Couldn't even do that.
Not for me, at least. Yeah, well, one for fucking no.
Jeez. Oh,
All
one.
right. From there, we can go to His Three Daughters, which you talked about last time.
Now it's your turn.
And now it's my turn because I finally saw it. Can't say I liked it, but it's really good. It's really good. The actresses are what's taking this above a screenplay that's really monotonous. At least to me. There's interesting ideas going on. Like I love like the fact it's not like a because it's not the typical meditation of grief. Most of the time when movies talk about grief, it's after the fact, right? It's after someone has passed. This movie's talking about the anticipation of grief.
Yeah.
Right. It's about the waiting for the grief to happen, and that gives the movie something a little more unique to talk about. And I think it talks about it in a very interesting way. But I think the biggest issue that I had with the movie is the fact that it's confined to one location. Because it adds not a repetitiveness to the movie, but it makes it, in my opinion, more monotonous. Because it's a very stagnant movie. Not a whole lot changes outside of like the character level. But and something about the movie is that it feels very stage playish. It doesn't feel very cinematic. I don't know why this was a movie and not something on the stage.
What does that mean to you? Very uncinematic.
It just doesn't feel like it's taking advantage of the film medium. Like it doesn't. The most it does, and I don't want to spoil this because I think it's like a surprise of the movie. The ending, particularly like the last like 20 minutes. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That felt the most cinematic to me because it was taking advantage of the fact that it's a movie and it can tell things very non-linearly, whereas the rest of it didn't really feel like that to me. I think you could have put it on the stage and like just have a couple different lights and a couple little transitions from like, you know, costume to costume, and it works just as well. That's how I feel about it. The dialogue is very wordy. It's very long. Like at the first like 5 minutes where you have Carrie Coon's character just literally talking on and on and on, and like a single breath, it gave me anxiety. It's a lot of the dialogue is like that. But the conversations that are had throughout the movie, the harsh words that are exchanged, it makes it very much pulls it through for me. And the performances, like, holy shit. Yeah, all three of them are incredible. I would say, to me, I don't know, I kind of asked this question to you now. To me, the one that stood out the most was Natasha Lyonne.
That being the stoner?
The stoner, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I think she stood out to me the most. But I also think she got the most to do in the movie. It's kind of, it's not told from her perspective, but it's like, it's kind of it feels like it's more sympathetic to her than it is the rest of them.
It's because she's the most misunderstood character out of all of them.
Yeah.
By
Yeah,
comparison.
the oldest sister pissed me off through most of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. And I just felt bad for Elizabeth Olsen.
Yeah.
I felt so bad for her. Yeah. But then there were moments where like they say things to her and I'm like, that's not fair. Like, you don't know what she's going through. Like the scene she has where she likes like, oh, you think because I don't complain that my life is perfect? Is it like, is that what you think? And that like the fact that that pissed her off enough to like nearly walk out of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that. I think
mean,
that spoke a lot to the character.
The way she the way Elizabeth Olsen snapped at the two arguing, that was great.
Yes. Where they're like, she literally has to go between them and they're like practically acting like she's not there. And then she just snaps and goes like, I fucking hate all of you. You're all fucking kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Took them by surprise too.
Yeah. They took them by surprise and it almost, and I think like when she later goes like, I don't really know where that came from. like I didn't really mean that. I think like like that like interested me a lot, but the movie never really gets into it past that. It's really just mostly about Natasha Lyonne's character. Yeah, because I'm honest, I didn't realize that she was the adopted child, or not the adopted child, but that she was the stepchild.
Stepchild, yeah.
Yeah, but then she has that monologue later where she's like he was, they were like, where they're
My
like, oh, my father, and she's like our father, he was my dad too. And it's like, you
Yep.
guys were gone. He did all this for me. He was my dad. And they were like, well, you had a dad. And he's like, no, I didn't. Like, he was gone. I didn't know him. Like, he didn't exist to me. That was dad. Like, that scene is where, like, okay. Because the longest time they're going through the movie, it's like, okay, what kind of sympathy? I'm feeling more sympathy towards her because they just treat her like shit. But, like, what is her deal? And then when they have that long monologue, I was like, oh, okay. I get it now. Yeah. Yeah. No, like it's a very good movie. I think you. I don't remember. I unfortunately don't remember much of what you said about it.
Honestly, me neither. But
It's,
I really, really like it.
yeah,
That was great.
I thought it was very very good. Um, but there's just parts of it to me that like, it feels just a little monotonous and a little uncinematic. But otherwise, yeah, it was a very good movie. I gave it an 8. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I was at an 8 for it. Yeah, thought it was quite good.
that's a good rating.
Yeah. From there, we
Yeah,
go
good movies. Love it.
to Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. Yay!
Damn, you're already crying.
Uh,
That's quick.
this is a documentary about Christopher Reeve, but it is not about his career. It is actually about what caused his paralysis and what he did and how he, the kind of life he lived after that. It very much focuses on who he was as a man, who he was as a person, and what he did for the world.
What a fucking tragedy.
Yeah, like what a tragedy would happen to him, but it never asks for your pity for him. It asks you to look at what he did after that, how he rose above it. And yeah, it's a fucking incredible documentary. It's so emotional, so heartfelt. It Because it actively avoids talking about the career, you get to really actually focus on the man, and it paints such a beautiful picture of who this man was, and like why he was so important to so many. And it's beyond the fact that he was just Superman. It was the fact that he almost actively lived what Superman is supposed to represent.
He was
And
goddamn. He was Christopher
yeah,
goddamn Reeves.
yeah, he was Christopher goddamn Reeve, and like, you know, it, yeah, like he was, and it's something it does that I think, because I talked about this documentary, the Jim Henson documentary, back in when we did the midpoint, and I expressed that while I love that documentary, I think one of its flaws was that it didn't really delve into his negative characteristics. It kind of just portrayed the work and how important his work was, and generally he was a good man, but it didn't really, it only hand waved some of the things like the more negative parts of his character. This film, in comparison, this documentary does not do that. It addresses all the good and the bad. It addresses his tumultuous relationship with his eldest children, how when him and his first wife separated, he practically abandoned his kids, his eldest children. And it wasn't that he did it intentionally, he just kind of stopped showing up. But then when he met his second wife, he very much became the family man again, and he brought the kids more into his life. And with his youngest son, Will, it talks a lot about him as well. And it's just, yeah, it's a fascinating, touching, and deeply moving documentary. It was hard to watch this movie and not like choke up a little bit. There are points in there where it's just like, holy shit. Like it just hits you because the movie paints such an intimate portrayal of like this person and the relationships he had. And yeah, it's fantastic. I heavily recommend it. It's on Max. Incredible documentary, incredible film altogether. The the second I finished it, I was like, this just shot up the list. It's a 10 out of 10 for me.
Nice.
I adore it. I adore this
I gotta watch it.
documentary. It's fantastic. It's on Max now, so do it, do it, do it, do it.
It didn't take very long, huh?
Yeah. And also something of note, which I never thought I would say for a documentary, the music in it is really good. The
Who's it?
score is done by Elon Ishkari. He did the music for Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, so he's valid.
Among other things, but like
Well,
that's where most notably you would know him from.
yeah. I mean, that's probably his best. I mean, it's all I know him from.
He
But
also did like Kick
it's
Ass and Stardust, Layer
it's his best work.
Cake,
It's his
Shaun the
best work.
Sheep,
It's
47 Ronin.
it's his best work.
He's done a lot of stuff actually.
Goes to Tsushima. His best work.
Yes,
I've
he
seen
did.
those. His best
Yeah, he
work.
did. He did Ghost of Tsushima.
Jin Sakai, bro, come on.
But
We,
no,
we,
incredible, incredible film. Absolutely. Mwah.
we,
Great. Love it. Yep. And from there, we can go on to The Wild Robot. Yay! Finally, you can talk about this movie.
Yay, my God! I'm so mad that it took me so long to watch this movie. Honestly, I saw it pretty recently. It's very much fresh in my mind. And yeah, probably as soon as I started, I think I knew it was. Well, from the trailers alone, the first one, the very first one, I was like, this looks
Yeah.
special. This looks very special, doesn't it?
Yeah. And
But
then I
that,
saw it.
but hold on, I was gonna say the other trailers made me like less enthusiastic for it because it showed a lot. Like, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of like when I heard at the end I was gonna talk. I'm like, oh man, I don't like that. I thought it was like
Yeah.
a silent little movie about the robots like Wally.
If that there's actually a movie that just came out called Flow, an animated movie that's literally about animals with zero dialogue. Yeah. Apparently it's phenomenal. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, sorry to
So
cut you off.
it's called Flow. You said?
Flow. Yeah. Look it up after this. It's yeah, you might be interested.
We'll
Yeah, it's
do.
a movie about a cat. Anyway, yeah, sorry.
Like that's yeah, but of course after hearing everything about it, I had to see the movie. I missed it in theaters unfortunately, but I saw it pretty recently. And yeah, since the beginning, I think I knew it was in for something really special. And then the more I went on, the more I was like just shocked overall as to what the movie was trying to do, what it was setting up, and what it ended up as. It's a very hard telling story about motherhood. It's very simple. You probably heard that decision before, but it's really telling as to how that message came across to so many people and how it just shines in the movie. It's fucking fantastic. The story of a robot learning to love something, someone, just spreading through, and how much that love can just like transcend from something that they wasn't even supposed to love, and
Yep.
how it can just you know change the nature, dare I say, change the programming. Something it's really it's kind of I'm getting I'm getting a little choked up honestly. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. How many times did this movie get you?
It didn't get me, but it almost did. Like I
Oh,
was like,
it got me like 3 times. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Just thinking about it. Like
Yeah.
it's a very it's beautiful too. It's just like
It's
looks stunning.
yeah. The animation is gorgeous. The music is holy shit. The music is
Yeah, the
incredible in
music
this
was really
movie.
good.
Yeah.
It was really funny. It's a really funny
Yeah.
movie.
It's
It's
really
hilarious.
funny. Yeah. For
This is-
me, now that we can finally like talk about it fully open, the last moment in the movie that got me was when Roz is saying goodbye to the community, and you have fucking Pedro Pascal's this fucking Finnick Fox, and he's like, and he just starts crying and getting emotional. It's like, what if I need you? What if I need
What if
someone
I
to
need
talk to? And I was like, fuck you, Pedro Pascal. Like it got me. Like I started to legit fucking cry in the theater by myself. Like, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's surprising
he's
how
amazing.
yeah, it's what makes it too is like the chemistry between Roz, Peter Pascal's character. I forget his name. Sorry,
Finnick,
uh, Finnick and
Fink. Sorry, Fink.
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 There you go. And Brightbeak.
Bright Bill.
It's Bright Bill. Bright Bill?
Yep. Bright Bill. Yeah.
Bright Bill, yeah. Those three. Not that they make it, but there is an energy in the movie that just like helps it throughout with the three of them together, like the way they talk.
Yeah.
It really is a mom and dad racing their kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's very well, it's a fox and a robot too. Like how unique is that?
Yeah.
You know, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And of course, played really well by Lupita. I love the way her inflections and voice changes throughout the
Changes.
story.
She sounds very robotic at the start, and then
as
she just almost comes like naturalistic at the
as she
end of
picks
it.
up
Yeah.
more emotion, sounds more like a fucking
Yeah.
mom.
My
Like, I don't
favorite
know
is
what I'm
when
doing.
yeah, when she has that like rage where she's like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, and then just like, okay, well, what task could be that impossible to complete? I have a kid.
I have a kid.
And then
What?
the fucking the fucking Rosam's response after, okay.
Okay.
God.
It's real good.
Also, can I just say, what's his name? What was Bill Nye's character?
Who's-
Longneck. Longneck a goat.
Long neck.
Longneck
Long
the
neck a
goat
goat.
for
Yeah,
real.
goat, bro.
Yeah. Longneck the goat.
The possum's a goat too. He was funny as fuck. Her kids.
Yeah, she was funny. Yeah.
Me and my 7 children. My 6 children. It's okay, Mom, I'm alive.
Oh boy, 7.
Uh,
Yeah.
what else was I gonna say? I got more to say. I'm kind of just thinking about it more along. Really good movie, by the way.
Mhm.
It's it's doesn't have a great villain.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the villain felt a little like, I don't know,
Last minute.
last minute, because
Yeah.
it kind of was last minute, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I adore the final act. All the animals
Final
coming
act
together.
is holy shit. Yeah.
It's great. All of them
Yeah.
coming together to attack.
As
I
a
mean,
community. Yeah.
prior to that, it was like the snowstorm section was great
Mm-hmm.
to see her save all those type of animals, and then the bear. And of course I was expecting the bear to say,
Yeah.
the bear when the robots came up. I was expecting him to say, "I've seen this before."
Yeah, because it skips.
I've seen this before.
Because it's Mark Hamill. Yeah. Just yeah. Oh man.
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
Yeah, it's got a lot of payoffs too, like a lot of setups and payoffs. Just like I didn't think the fucking giant tree would come into play, but it did. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh man. What a good fucking movie.
It was fucking great, dude.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's like it's DreamWorks at their best for sure.
Yeah.
They can't do this every time for some reason. It's like a curse.
No. But when they hit it, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get
when they
DreamWorks
hit, they
this.
hit.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get them like this in a while. I'm not sure about Shrek
Not for
5.
a while.
I'm not sure about Shrek
Not for
5.
a while.
You know.
Yeah. It's
Shrek
gonna be a
5
while before we
Shrek
get
5
something this good from them.
Yeah, Shrek 5 could be peak for all I know, but I'm not feeling it right now.
It's
The-
it has a very low bar to clear. Be better than Shrek 3 and 4.
Yeah, be better. Or be as good as Puss in Boots, the last one,
That's a really high bar.
It's hard, yeah. It's fucking hard. That's like top
That's
3.
why that's for me that the bar is, can you be better than 3 and 4?
Oh, surely you can, right?
I mean, who knows? Kung Fu Panda 4 exists.
Fuck's sake. That's what makes you go like, damn. If Shrek, like, if Kung Fu Panda's 4 is telling, Shrek 5 is quick, isn't it?
Who knows?
Also, I don't know, but like, Wild Robot 2, like, seems like a possibility.
Oh, it's already in development, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's called The Wild Robot Escapes. Yep.
Okay.
Because this is based off of a book, which has multiple books in a series.
Oh shit. Okay.
So yeah, they're just gonna go down the line. Yeah. Which is funny because the last movie that Chris Sanders directed that was this good also was based off of a book series, How to Train Your Dragon.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, you better keep making movies off books.
Yeah. Because he wrote and directed this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know him. He's a legend among the
Yeah,
industry.
fucking Yeah, Lilo and Stitch, How to Train Your Dragon. Like, yeah, the man's a legend.
Well, he was involved in the original Lion King too. Like, so I was like, oh man,
Yeah, he was a part of the Disney team. Yeah,
yeah, he's got some input and some
yeah,
shit. All right, so hey,
yeah.
we should trust this man.
He wrote Mulan.
Hey, oh,
He came up with the stories for Lion King, Aladdin, and Beauty and the Beast. Yeah,
this man should be trusted. Don't forget Croods wasn't even that bad. Croods, but you know,
and of all things considered, The Croods is not their DreamWorks' worst movie,
no,
but
not even close.
it's not the best one. I did hear the second one was better.
Yeah, second was fun,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Wild Robot. Oh boy, what a great fucking movie.
Peak.
So glad I saw it.
Yeah. Where were you sitting on it?
I'm at a 9.5.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, great.
Hell yeah.
Probably my favorite of the year. Probably, I don't
Yeah.
know.
We'll see. All right. Moving on from that, we have Wolves. So Wolves is directed by John Watts. That name should mean something. John Watts directed Spider-Man: Homecoming, Spider-Man: Far From Home, and Spider-Man: No Way Home.
You know who he is.
You know who he is. He turned down doing Fantastic Four for this because he wanted to do something small and more in his wheelhouse, I guess.
Oh boy.
And honestly, why the fuck does this movie have more sauce than all three of the Spider-Man movies he made? Like the
Because
camera work in this movie, the way it moves, and just like the general like shot composition and stuff. Like it's such a well like directed movie. Like I could feel every bit of like intent behind it from Watts.
he was allowed to be unique in this
He
movie,
was
I
allowed
guess.
to be unique and bring kind of some of his sensitive, not maybe not sensitivities, but like a general his sensibilities here.
Nor
Unfortunately,
do
he
we.
also wrote it,
Uh,
and I guess he's just not the greatest writer.
well, I'd say he's. Well, who wrote the
The home
Spider-Man
movies,
trilogy? Yeah,
not him. It was a couple writers. I'm forgetting their names, but yeah, they did those movies, and then they also did like I think they did like a bunch of episodes of Community.
this was solely him for Wolves.
Yeah, it's solo him for Wolves. This is his writing and directing. Yeah, I mean this movie is very stylish, very 70s film noir. It's definitely got that kind of vibe. It's also like a dark comedy, so you have George Clooney and Brad Pitt working off of each other. The premise is that a okay, so okay, I'll just read the plot because I'm fucking bad at this. Hired to cover up a high-profile crime, a fixer soon finds his night spiraling out of control when he's forced to work with an unexpected counterpart. So essentially, George Clooney is this fixer who's not supposed to know of other people in his field. Other people exist, but they're never supposed to interact. And when Brad Pitt shows up, in essentially the same kind of role, that's supposed to create the comedy where it's like, oh, they're the same guy, and they do things the similar ways. They know the same people, but
You
that
got my
kind
whole
of that
fucking flow.
yeah, but that's kind of the problem because there's not enough distinction between them, other than George Clooney's the really old one and Brad Pitt's the old one. Because there's literally a scene where like there's like, oh, you're so fucking old, George Clooney, and then like there's a scene like a minute later where they're both popping Advils, and there's a scene where like they both need to read something and they both like pull out their reading glasses. Like
That sounds
there's little bits like that, which is funny, like it's fun, but it kind of gets old, and there's not enough distinction between them as characters. And they're kind of relying on George Clooney and Brad Pitt to make it distinct enough, and it's just not. Also, the plot's really derivative and it's kind of not as cohesive as it should be. The structure is just not there, and at times it's just kind of meanders. Um, it's honestly just held up by John Watts' direction and George Clooney and Brad Pitt being very good and being able to bounce off each other. But it's just the script is just too messy, and it's not coherent enough. I almost convinced the movie almost convinced me it was good,
Almost.
but as it kept going, because I think it's nearly 2 hours. Sorry, it's an hour 48. Um, it just kind of. I hate to say it. This is such a joke in like film community, but it insists upon itself.
It insists upon itself.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it kind of does. Yeah, it was.
Right,
It's
Peter.
just kind of yeah. This was actually a kind of sad score to give this movie. I gave it a 5.5. I was
Oh,
kind of sad to give it that because I was really enjoying it for a while, but then it kept going, and I was like, oh, this is not making much sense. This is not really cohesing well, but it's really well directed. It's really slick. There's a really great foot chase in the movie that's just like so well directed. I was like in awe. I was like, oh shit, like this is a really good foot chase. Um, but that's like towards like the middle of the movie, and then it doesn't really get any better than that.
oh,
Yeah, so there's not really much story here either. It
oh,
literally ends with like a fucking tease for a sequel that
all right.
John Watts said is canceled because he himself canceled it, and then I'm like, that's not how IPs work.
Why the fuck? Why did he do that?
He canceled it because this movie was supposed to go to theaters. Like it had a theatrical release window. Like it had a limited release, and then it was gonna have a wide release in theaters. But due to the fact that for whatever reason, not a single movie that Apple has produced has made money in the theater, they canceled its theatrical release like at the very last second. And it was just made Apple streaming only. And John Watts did not like that, and essentially was like, "Okay, you're gonna do that. Well, I'm not making. You're not getting the sequel because they were gonna make a sequel. Like the script was already written, and they were gonna do it.
Oh yeah, well,
And I
sticks
was like,
sticks sticks
well,
your
if
tongue.
you want to make it a stream, he's like, he was not interested in making a streaming movie. He wanted to make a theatrically released movie,
It's like you're
which
putting my movie in streaming. Well, sticks his tongue out at them. I'm
yeah, which is
canceling you.
like I can understand that, but that's like not how IPs work. So if Sony owns the IP, they can still because this movie's a partnership with Sony Pictures. If Sony owns the IP, Sony can just make the sequel without you.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd be interested in that. What they, I don't
And
know. Is this have what's the coverage in this movie for
I
people?
mean, I don't know. I mean, people seem to like it. Like very middle of the road is what I'm seeing. Um, like I can't act like I know. If John Watts owns the full IP to Wolves, then he can shop it around anywhere else and make a sequel if he wants. But then he has to fucking barter with whatever studio to make it a theatrical release movie and not a streaming movie.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling he probably doesn't own the rights to the IP, which means that whoever has it can just make a movie without him. But whatever, he canceled it himself, I guess. Yeah, I said this movie was a 5.5. I already said that earlier, but yeah, just to reiterate, like I don't think it's a very good movie, but it's fun in places.
That's good.
Yeah. All right. What's next? Oh, Megaslopolis.
Quick, say all the names that you've said before of this movie before you name.
Megaslopolis, Megacocolis, Mega,
When you
Mega,
do it, edit
Mega,
this, edit this pause.
Megadoculus.
Okay, okay, okay.
I got nothing, man.
I was gonna say when you do it, edit this pause out and just out a counter for like mega new names on like the top
Yes.
right here.
Okay, I'm actually gonna say the name of the movie, Megalopolis. Um, all right.
Mega
I'm gonna read you an analogy. All right.
an analogy of
this is how
mega.
I'm gonna read you an analogy of a movie that's super analytical.
Okay, okay.
Um, Megalopolis reads as this drunk philosophical who has plenty to say and usually says it very well, and you can understand the importance of what he's saying. But he's just so hammered and gone that the point becomes lost, and he stopped saying anything coherent or meaningful a long time ago. That's what Megalopolis feels like. Uh, movie's over 2 fucking hours, and it's a goddamn mess. It has some ideas about imperialism,
Yes.
down to the fact that the name of the city is New Rome,
Yes.
and everyone has like Greek sounding names.
Yes.
Um, it has it has interesting ideas about like the importance of building a better future for the people around you, but it just is really pretentious about it. And it's incoherent. Like a lot of it is just it's just like what the fuck is even happening? I don't understand. What is this bullshit? Because of that, the movie just has no sense of momentum or pace. It just kind of chugs along. The structure doesn't help, and the acting, the acting. Uh, yeah, like this movie has like fucking chapter indignations with pretense, and like definitions, proverbs, and just other random bullshit that just like it doesn't help make the movie coherent. It makes you go, "What the fuck is being told? What are you saying to me?"
That doesn't happen.
The movie genuinely feels like it's talking down to you, like most of the time, and it ends
Oh,
up
the
like
balls.
feeling like it's just not thought provoking, and because you're kind of being, it's like it's trying to like it's not trying to spoon feed you. It's trying to like crack open your jaw like a Mortal Kombat character and fucking alien spit shit down your throat.
Ugh.
Like it's yeah,
Is that how you felt?
it's how it felt. It actually felt more like I was getting hit with a Looney Tunes hammer, but no. The acting is inconsistent. Like you have Adam Driver who's doing his absolute goddamn best, and he gives a very charismatic performance that does sell the ego that the character's supposed to have.
I was gonna say I don't know why I feel like you're lying to me when I saw this. I saw the scene, bro. You can't lie to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's inconsistent. Because then some like you have some like pretty decent moments of him in this movie, and then you have a scene where he's just like going, "No, no, no,
Oh.
no," and then somebody goes up to him and they're like, "Hey, Caesar, are you okay?" And he goes, "No,"
It's a very nice impression of him. Nice, you got it, nailed it.
and then he has the yes,
Yes,
yes. So go back to the
yes.
club.
Went to the club.
Yeah, there's just plenty of that all throughout the entire movie. It's very inconsistent.
This is my megalopolis.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
my mega.
Megalopolis is the name of the city he's trying to build.
This is welcome to my megacocalis.
Yeah.
Welcome to my megacocalis. Welcome to my megaticulus.
Okay.
Welcome to
Yeah,
my
Natalie
megafocalus.
Emmanuel is in this movie. She basically throws away all of her Game of Thrones work. Um, she's comically bad.
It's fine. They threw it away. They threw it away in the show too
Yeah.
because they
Well,
cut her
they
head
hung
off.
it away.
They
Oh,
cut her head off.
right. They cut her head off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Giancarlo is all right. Shia LaBeouf is the return of Sam Witwicky in this movie.
Ah.
He's really bad. Half his dialogue is, "You understand what I'm saying? You understand?"
No, this is
He
him.
he does the fucking like Sam Witwicky like, no. You understand? You understand? Yeah.
Listen, it's like it's his. You understand his Shia LaBeouf's. No. It's John Berthel's. Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
let me tell you
That's
something.
his.
Yeah. Well, no, he does the "you understand" a lot in a lot of movies too, and he does it in this too, where he just
You
kind of works
understand?
like, "You understand?"
You
Yeah.
understand? Yeah. Every actor has their own little tick. Matthew has his rat.
Yeah.
Uh, Mark has his yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The Rock has his smolder.
Yeah. His stupid eyebrow raise,
Yeah.
and always working in something Samoan in there. Um,
Every actor has.
John Bernthal has his. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. But let me say something. No, they all got something.
Yeah. Uh,
It's, all the actors are funny.
yeah. Aubrey Plaza is whatever. Um, she feels lost in the sauce in this movie. John Voight, I don't know if he was just like being crazy on set or like that was what he was told to do, but I don't know.
I mean, do you think there was at least some pounds of coke around the stage, around the back?
There had to be some,
Yeah,
right?
some
If
just to,
not, it was just wine. If not,
just
everyone was just wine drunk on this movie.
just to make the time pass.
Yeah. Uh, Dustin Hoffman is in this movie.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Is that Dustin fucking Hoffman? I haven't seen him
That
in
is in
ages.
fact Dustin Hoffman. Lawrence Fishburne is also in this movie. He just does the narration, and like he shows up
Oh.
every once in a while to say something.
I see he's got the Morpheus
He's
uh
he's a like Caesar's like bodyguard, I guess. I don't know what he is. They never really explained, but he just kind of says some stuff. He's kind of just magical, mystical in this movie. I don't know. Uh, Everybody's made fun of like the way the movie looks visually. It's people are calling it the Return of Spy Kids. Uh, it's a very distracting looking movie, but I do think that it looks good. There's really good production design in here too. The costumes are really good. Um, but when the CG hits, it's crap. Like it's oof. Um, yeah. This movie is exactly what Francis Ford Coppola intended it to be.
and this may be what people remember him for now.
Yeah, this if this is his last movie, we don't know, but if this is his last movie, this is his legacy. On top of the incredible body of work he's already done, but like
Yeah.
this will be his the final nail in his coffin if this is his last movie.
Yeah,
And
but
to
no,
that
no.
I just kind of relent. I just kind of step away and I go, what you know what? You got this.
I mean, bro,
Uh
forget the Godfathers part one, two. Forget Apocalypse Now. Forget Dracula. Forget The Outsiders. Forget all that. It's all about Megalopolis. It's all about that.
yeah.
That's what Francis Ford Coppola peaked at. All right.
It's a movie that only he seems to understand and appreciate. And maybe the actors who worked on it did, maybe people who worked on it otherwise understood it, because he's been trying to get this movie made for like 30 years.
How many years?
Maybe in like 10 years, like 30 years.
Jesus.
Yeah, maybe in 10 years or so this movie will be reevaluated and there'll be a recontextualization of it.
Oh, you don't believe that, do
Maybe,
you?
maybe you never fucking know.
All right.
Stranger things have happened.
Fair enough.
um, but it's a movie that just completely baffled me for the entire 2 hours and 20 minutes, whatever it was. 2 hours and 18 minutes. Yeah. Uh, can't say it was like the worst movie I've ever seen, though.
Man,
Like, I think I've seen worse.
it seems it was like a funny one.
Yeah, it is definitely a funny movie. Not intentionally so, but it's funny. Uh, yeah, I gave it a 5. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of felt a little the bad word of mouth felt a little overdone to me, but it is what it is, I guess.
Just know that it was the clown movie.
Yeah, it's rare you get a movie this bombastic about this is exactly what it was intended to be.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Moving on from there, we have Hellboy: The Crooked Man. Tell me,
Forgot about
has
this.
anyone heard of this movie?
I have, but
I heard about it
yeah, that's really
because
it.
I'm the poor soul that was interested in a Hellboy movie.
The
I'm the
fact
poor fuck. I'm the poor fuck that wanted to see a Hellboy movie.
you should watch the animated ones. Those are pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember seeing those on Cartoon Network as a kid.
They're cool. I mean, they have blood in
Yeah.
them and shit.
Yeah. So this movie, Hellboy: The Crooked Man, is an adaptation of a Hellboy comic, The Crooked Man. Um, it stars an actor I've never heard of in my life called Jack Casey or Casey. Apparently, he was in The Killer. I don't fucking care. I don't know.
Why is he holding the gun like a retard? The fuck? Look at
Yeah, don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. Uh, yeah. But he plays Hellboy. Never heard of him in my life. I have heard of the director, Brian Taylor.
Dude,
He did Crank.
I almost thought you said I've never heard of Hellboy in my life. After you said
No,
he did
no.
Hellboy, never heard of him in my life.
Yeah.
What
Uh,
is Hellboy?
yeah. Brian Taylor, the director here. He directed Crank
I like Crank. It was cool.
and Crank 2 and Ghost Rider 2
Fuck yeah.
and Gamer.
What was that one?
That's the Gerard Butler movie.
That's the what?
The Gerard Butler movie where like people are playing like a multiplayer game.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really
Is it
bad.
good?
Don't watch it.
Oh. Right as I fucking asked.
Yeah, watch Ghost Rider 2 instead.
Hell yeah.
Or
Everyone should
fuck
watch
it, watch Crank
Watch
again.
Crank.
Watch Crank instead.
Yeah, those are
Watch
fun movies.
either of the Crank movies. Yeah,
Yeah, hell yeah.
those are actually like I would probably say they're good movies.
First one is. The second one is weird. But they're fun. They're fun.
As if the first movie isn't weird either.
No, but it's weird. They're both really fun movies. I'll say that. Yeah, watch Crank, everybody.
Yeah, don't watch this. This movie's awful. It it feels like a fan film.
It looked like a fan film.
Yeah. Uh, sometimes the movie's okay, but most of the time it's like mind numbing. Like it puts you to sleep. It's so dull. It's so dull and it's so fucking boring. Like the plot makes no fucking sense. The characters have zero, like literally nothing going on. Jack Kessie is a terrible Hellboy. Brian Taylor had no idea how to fucking direct this movie because he couldn't even get the action to be okay. Like, oh yeah, there's action in this. Oh boy. It's a terrible, miserable movie. Imagine paying money to watch this in the theater.
Oh god, imagine.
This released in theaters.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that.
Imagine paying money to watch this. Yeah, no, fuck this movie. Awful. 2 out of 10.
Imagine me, the poor fucking bastard that paid for this fucking movie.
Yeah, no, fuck
Is it
this
better
shit.
is it better there or worse than the 2019 one?
Oh, it's worse than the 2019 one.
My god.
Because the 2019 one is awful. Like it's arguably it's comparable to this. But at least that movie's like well made. And like there's like you can watch it and not want to fall asleep. David Harper's a pretty alright Hellboy.
Yeah. Everybody
Like
was happy.
it actually looks like a movie.
Everybody was happy to see him as Hellboy.
Yeah. It looks like a movie. They had some money. Not a lot of money, but they had money. Yeah. This in comparison, I think the only money they had for this movie was to make the Hellboy makeup and costume.
It's not too bad.
No, he looks like Hellboy. He just sucks as an actor as portraying Hellboy.
God.
But he sure looks like Hellboy.
Yes, that's good, yeah.
Like it's a good looking Hellboy. It's a good looking Hellboy, but also like how do you fuck that one up?
That's it. You got the cosplay going on. Nice.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. Cosplay is the best part of the fucking big budget costumes, you know.
Yeah.
So nice. Good. Did it.
Yeah, no, fuck this movie though. 2 out of 10. Most boring movie of the year.
Damn.
Yeah. All right, what's next? We Live in Time. Okay.
Okay. That's better, right?
Yeah, it's a better movie. So this movie
This one.
is a pretty standard drama, romantic drama,
Romantic.
that decided that it wanted to tell it non-linearly.
It's like the
It
Western
bounces
TV
around.
show.
Bounces around through time a lot, which I get it. It's like the point of the movie, the idea. But why? If you have nothing original in your screenplay, and your only idea is to tell it in a weird way, then maybe you should go back to the drawing board. No, this movie's it's good. I will say it's a good movie. It's gonna get a lot of praise. It's been getting a lot of praise. It's probably gonna get some awards push as well. I'm just not on that train.
Not for me.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue the movie has is that it's the nonlinear storytelling. It's the gimmick. The gimmick is the problem here, because the movie doesn't benefit from it really at all. Uh, I think I will say if you put the movie in linear sequence, it kind of emphasizes how mundane and by the books the movie is from a script perspective. Like if you lay it out, it's all the beats, you know. It has
You've
some
been here
interesting
before.
thing. Yeah, we've been here before. It does have some interesting things to say about how one would want to be perceived, or you know, it also deals a little bit with like grief and stuff, and it's like, okay, how would you like to be remembered? You know, um, and there's some good stuff
Remember
there.
me for centuries.
Yeah, there's stuff in there, but the movie's just it's got two things going for it. It's the nonlinear storytelling, which I didn't really care for, and it's the lead performances from Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh, who are exceptional.
You can always count on them.
You can always count on them to be great. Florence Pugh continually making me go, "Oh no, this is her best performance. Oh no, this is her best performance. Oh no, it's this one." Like, she just keeps getting better as she goes on. So yeah,
Yeah, boy.
but
My girl.
she was outshined in this movie
Oh no.
by Andrew fucking Garfield.
Oh yeah, he's my boy.
Both of them are incredible in this movie. Andrew Garfield, I was expecting to be like, oh, it's gonna be Flo, right? Florence Pugh's gonna blow my socks away, and she did. She knocked my fucking socks off. She's incredible. Andrew Garfield, holy shit, he's amazing in this movie.
Back ever.
There's
Or
so
just
much the best I've ever seen him.
Ooh.
Like, I think this and Tick Tick Boom are like his best performances.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Like, he is so good in this movie. Like, there's so much he does with like just the way with his eyes. Like, you can see every bit of pain or emotion, love, and everything. It's all right there. Whereas like Florence very much does it through her eyes as well, but she communicates it through her face. He does it all through his eyes, and it's so like it makes like the very like mundane like stuff that you would expect in a drama like this to hit a little harder because those two actors are just selling it 100%. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, no, it's not a particularly great movie. It's just this movie had one thing going for it, and it doesn't really do that all that well. It doesn't really service the movie. I don't think they really took advantage of that concept as well as they could have.
As she
But
put it, mundane.
yeah, very mundane. But I suspect this will get a very heavy push come award season.
Ugh.
So yeah, I gave it a 7.
That's good.
Yeah, pretty blanket 7. Thought it was good, but I wasn't particularly enthused. I didn't really enjoy it.
I'll quit my tempo.
All right, next up, Piece by Piece.
Oh.
So this is the Pharrell Williams biopic, all done in Lego, in CG animated Legos. This film is not really a movie. It's not a narrative movie. It's actually a documentary because it's narrated by Pharrell, and all there's no actors in the movie. It's all like the actual musicians and people. Like
Yeah,
they're being like the movie they're being interviewed, and they're being asked questions, and they're telling them like it's a documentary.
that's kind of cool.
Like it's a very unique way to tell this kind of movie, to kind of make this movie, and it's very bold, and I appreciate it for taking that swing. But it's because it wants to be a narrative movie, it kind of fails at that entirely. Because there's no real story here. It's just a documentary of how did Pharrell become as, the musician that he is today, and how he became such a a very important producer and very important person in, the history of music. You know, how what's the word? Prolific he was as a talent, or is he's not dead. Um, yeah, it's actually kind of educational. There was a lot of like songs that were like, yeah, no, he produced that, yeah, he produced that, he produced that, and I was like, what? Like he produced like Hollaback Girl, and like he produced a bunch of like early Snoop Dogg stuff. He produced like so much shit in like the early 2000s. I'm like, how the my god, he was part of that. He was part of that. I was like, what?
Like, man, look at this guy.
Like he even like produced some like Kendrick stuff, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, no, there's a lot of really really good stuff in this movie. The animation is incredible. There's some good moments here there throughout, but yeah, I just didn't think the movie was really a movie. It's really got no narrative, and it kind of struggles on what it wants to tell and what it wants to say. And I don't know. For me, it just didn't hit. I gave it a 6. Can't say I particularly enjoyed it, but I think I'm actually in the minority on that one because a lot of people seem to be really liking it.
Yeah. So you said it's more of a documentary, right?
Yeah, but it wants to be a narrative movie, and it doesn't really have a story to tell. So yeah,
And they couldn't rely on the documentary type storytelling to rely on that storytelling. That
yeah,
couldn't get it done.
no, but at least it's told in a unique way. I wouldn't have thought to do it in like this kind of way, and it does take advantage
Me,
of the fact that it's animated and it's Lego, and they can be very creative.
I mean, yeah, me either. Because Lego movies have flopped since they stopped being successful, and I, if you thought that you were gonna have more after this, probably not, right?
Well, apparently that was a choice by Pharrell. Like he wanted it to be told this way. He
Yeah,
thought
of
it would
course.
be he thought it would be different and
You know, I
unique.
I did hear about that. It's just dumb that I just don't know how what it's gonna do for like Lego movies in the end
No.
if they're not already dead.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all right. 6 out of 10. I mean, it's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. Like,
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 6 out of 10.
Closer to a 5 than a 7.
My God.
I actually mean that in this case.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine that you did.
Yeah.
It's just funny that this is exactly what he would say. Oh, that Adam.
But yeah. All right. We could move on from this to Honora. Oh boy.
Ooh, boy,
I was waiting to watch this movie for months.
I missed it, but hey, I'll watch it later, I guess.
Uh, yeah, so Nora is fantastic. It was so worth the fucking wait, man.
So worth the wait, all the limited runs, all the whatever
Waiting
else.
for the streaming release. Yeah. For the digital release, I should say. Yeah. This is my introduction to this director, Sean Baker. I've never seen any of his work. I know of him. He did the Florida Project with Willem Dafoe. He did the movie that came out a couple years ago called Red Rocket. He's got his work very much focuses on like underrepresented people and people who don't get the kind of sympathy that they should. That's kind of his wheelhouse. And yeah, and this film continues that trend. He tells this story about this sex worker named Annie, who gets a chance at the kind of Cinderella story that you would like kind of predict when she meets and very impulsively marries the son of a Russian oligarch. And once that news reaches Russia, that like kind of like fairy tale romance that they're supposed to have is very threatened by the fact the parents are on their way to New York to get the marriage annulled. And this movie works in major part due to the tightness of the script. It is a very, very solid script that carries a lot of sympathy for its protagonist, Annie. But that sympathy can only go so far without an actress who's able to elevate that and really make you feel it. and that is where Mikey Madison comes in as Honora Annie. She is able
Okay.
to
Anyway.
completely, um, completely bring that sympathy out into the forefront, but also disguising it with a lot of charisma and a lot of sass and just all of like the things you would think about with a stereotypical Brooklyn person.
Mm.
And just she has this very like ball of like very brash and physical energy. Every time she moves, anytime she does anything, you're just glued to her at all times.
I was like, you might fall in love with her, bro.
uh Despite like generally how she is, like if you met a person like her, you might find her kind of hard to be around or like annoying to be around, but the way Mikey Madison plays it, it's almost um like how do you say like Jesus, my brain doesn't fucking work. Like entrancing, I guess, if that's a word.
Hypnotic.
Yeah, hypnotic. And that's a credit to both the way the character is written, and also to the way to that Mikey Madison plays her. And yeah, without her, you have a great screenplay that could only be a pretty good movie
Mm-hmm.
because the movie's very much relying on her, and she almost like easily carries the movie. But the movie itself is still great because it's very well made and the script is very solid. Um, my only real issue with the movie is that in its middle act, the film gets very repetitive. Um, so the middle act of the movie is so the oligarch, the son of the oligarch, runs away, and the middle act of the movie is just trying to find him. And it's a lot of going into a place, asking, "Hey, have you seen this person?" Getting no answer, moving on, going to the next place, asking if they've seen this person, moving on, going to the next place, and they do that for about like 30 minutes.
Have you seen this man?
Literally, have you
30
seen this man?
minutes.
Yeah, because this movie's 220, I think.
Yeah, I saw.
219. Yes, it's about 220. Yeah, I didn't feel it, but that middle act is very repetitive and it's very redundant. Uh, there's some good like comedy in there, and there's some good like setups and payoffs and stuff like with that stuff, but it doesn't really change how redundant it is and how it feels. But honestly, of all the issues the movie could have had, I'm okay with it being just a little repetitive in the middle because the rest of it is just so damn fantastic. Uh, great movie all around. I'm so happy that I saw it. It was so worth it. I gave the movie a 9.5.
Right?
Yeah, I heavily recommend it,
Yeah, I'm
and I will
interested.
probably check out this director's work. Like I might go through his filmography and just pour through it. Yeah, but yeah, definitely get a chance. If you ever get a chance to watch it, try it out.
I will try.
Yeah. Okay.
I got time right.
Yeah, I'm sure. Going on from there, we have Your Monster. I almost didn't want to talk about this movie because I don't really know what to say.
I was gonna say, is that telling with the movie? But hey,
Uh, I liked it. It's a fun little cute rom com. It's pretty funny. Has some good performances mostly.
mostly.
Uh, I know Melissa Barrera can do better than what she does here. I don't think the movie quite uses her to her full extent. Um, it gets good stuff out of her, but I think the biggest issue I have with her performance in this movie is that she gets a little showy at times, and that can get a little, for me, can get a little obnoxious. But otherwise, she does a pretty alright job in this movie. The general concept is that Melissa Barrera plays this struggling actress who's just getting out of chemotherapy. Her boyfriend has just dumped her because he can't stand the fact that he has to go to chemotherapy. Um, and they were writing this play together, but then now that they've broken up, like she's not in the play anymore, whatever, yada yada yada. When she's in her house, just crying and not being able to deal with it, she literally finds a monster in her closet. And the monster is the man on the right there. His name is just Monster, and he's not a typical monster. He's kind of just like a chill fucking dude that you'd like smoke weed with for a
Pretty
little while.
cool guy.
He's kind of just a cool guy. Um,
He's not even a monster. That's just what he looks like. He's just really hilarious.
no, he is a
No,
monster.
it's just a really, really,
Yeah,
really
but it
funny
would be
twist.
really funny. I thought for a while I was like, is he just gonna be just some dude?
Just looks a
Because
little
he just
weird.
didn't act like a monster at all. Like, but he is a monster.
He just looks a little weird.
Yeah, yeah,
So like, he's one of
um,
them quirky white dudes.
yeah. But it's a yeah. The movie's a fun rom com. It's funny at times. It's very cutesy, very typical. It uh has a really interesting ending. I'll say that much.
Oh,
I was like, oh, okay, all right. But otherwise, yeah, the movie's just it's good. It's good, not great.
not bad, not
Yeah,
bad. No, you.
I will say as a movie that's an adaptation of a director's short film, uh, this director definitely expanded the idea better than I've seen in some other movies that are adaptations of short films.
Mm.
I think she wrote and directed this director. She definitely knew what she was writing. She had ideas and she knew where she wanted to take it. It feels fully fleshed out. So I'll give her that.
It's based on a true story. She's the director was the woman.
I think the movie literally starts out with like based on a true story, kind of. Yeah.
I lived through this, alright. I don't know why I'm acting her as British. I don't know who she is.
But
No,
yeah, it
no,
was a solid movie. I enjoyed it.
She's probably fucking French. The woman, the director, she's
I
French.
have
I
no
bet.
idea. Nope. Los Angeles.
Damn it, American. There's American. There's an American among us.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was a solid movie. It was pretty all right.
Did you watch the short
7.
film?
If I could find it, I would try to watch it.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it.
enjoy.
It was not a waste of my time.
That's good. You don't want to have your time wasted.
No, no, no.
You know, as Al Pacino said in Heat, don't waste my motherfucking time. You don't want, yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
You do not want that.
All right. We can move on from there to juror number 2. So this is literally the last. I watched this yesterday. This is the last movie on my list that I needed to watch.
Just very last second, you see.
Yeah, very last second. This is directed by Clint Eastwood. This is very possibly his final movie. What a
Please,
fucking way to
retire.
go out, man. What a fucking way to go out. If this is his last movie, hell yeah. So, juror number 2 is a courtroom drama where Nicholas Hoult is this guy who's brought in his jury duty to serve on this case of the murder of a young woman, and the main suspect, the only suspect, is her boyfriend, who's up on trial facing whatever sentence he's going to get. As he's hearing the story of what went down, he starts to remember he actually was at the location where the woman was murdered on the exact night. And then he puts together, oh, it might have been me.
What?
I might have killed her.
I guess
That is all.
a spoiler to yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go any further than that. Because I didn't really know what the movie was about before I watched it. I just knew it was a courtroom drama, and then I knew it was Clint Eastwood. I don't really want to say much more than that. So, this movie is really, really fucking good. It's a very typical courtroom drama. It doesn't really do too much, I would say, typically, or, outside of the box. It's just a very by-the-numbers movie that executes it very, very well. And it's nearly 2 hours, and it was never boring. It's even when it gets repetitive because the movie's constantly deliberating because the kind of, I don't want to say too much, but there's like a necessity for Nicholas Holt's character to try to drag this out as much as possible. And the movie can get repetitive in that way because it is just kind of doing this over and over to the point where, like, the movie, every scene that they do it, them have a character call it out, and it's doing that so that the tension is always high. And I think it does work in that way. It's very much doing that at a very high level, but unfortunately, it does rely on the bare amount of things to have been done for this to have worked, to for characters to come to these realizations and to do the things that they're doing in this movie. Yeah, but I did like what he was trying to say, because this movie is about, at its core, it is a movie that asks a singular question, and that question is justice worth sacrificing the life of an innocent man, or a good man? Actually, not innocent, sacrificing the life of a good man. And the movie leaves you with that question when it's done, and it makes you sit with it for a very, like, I sat with it for a while. It's a very moral question, but it's also a very complicated question, and I could not tell you how I'd answer that question. Because if you put yourself in the shoes of Nicholas Holt's character in this movie, I don't really know what I'd do. And I think that's the sign of, like, a very interesting movie, a very thought-provoking movie, is that it lets it, the fact that I'm still here thinking about it and going, like, yeah, I don't really know the answer to that question. I don't know how to answer that. I think that's the sign that this movie did its job very well.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't cover fucking murder when I went to my court trial. That's a juror. It's a juror. I'm glad I didn't
Yeah,
fucking.
this movie is
Yeah.
like, this movie's the meme of Jordan Peele sweating. Like, that's this movie. That's Nicholas Holt in this movie for like for almost 2 hours. But yeah, no, this is a very, very good movie. It's just doing exactly what it needs to at a very high executed level, even when the script isn't pulling as many or not pulling as many punches, but not doing as much of the work that it should. But this movie has my favorite ending of the year.
Oh,
The ending in this movie surprised me, but also just left me going, "Okay, movie, okay."
I like what you're selling, lady.
I just went, literally, like, at the end of the movie, I literally just went, "I respect it." Yeah, this movie's on Max now.
Oh, great.
This Warner Brothers buried this movie. I don't
So
know why, and it's one of the best movies of the year, in my opinion.
great.
Nicholas Hoult gives a career best performance. I have never seen this man better. He's on
Yes.
track to have one of the most, like, generational runs I've ever seen for an actor. The past couple of years of his work has just been phenomenal. Like, from The Menu to this to a movie we're going to talk about later, Nosferatu.
You say the
This
name.
man,
We're gonna talk about it later, bro.
yeah, like he's shot up the list of, like, if I see his name, I'm like, I'm in, because he's always been a great actor.
Yeah.
He's always had great roles in a lot of movies throughout the years, and he's always shown, like, he's a very good talent. But you put him in a role like this, and he gets to truly excel, and he's incredible, man. All the actors in this movie are really good. You have, like, Toni Collette in here, J.K. Simmons,
Ooh.
Zoe Deutsch, Leslie Bibb. Like, you have a lot of great actors in this movie. Chris Messina's in there too. Yeah, a lot of great actors, all bringing great performances. But Nicholas Hoult is the real standout here. He's incredible.
He's gonna go fucking crazy as Lex Luthor. Just watch.
He's gonna kill it as Lex Luthor. He's gonna kill it. Don't be surprised if you see his name come up for Best Actor this coming award season for this. Like, I would not be surprised. And honestly, he's kind of my front runner right now. Like, he's my pick.
Oh, so you think he has the best performance of the year?
He's got my favorite performance of the year. Like, but it's between Andrew Garfield and We Live in Time and him in this.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like
So-
that. Like, those are
yeah.
my two favorite performances of the year.
Yeah, they ain't gonna win. Sorry. You know how it goes. They ain't gonna win. I'm sorry. You know how it goes.
I know, but I'm gonna be like, but yeah, No, this movie's really, really good. It definitely has issues with its script and some of the redundancies of the matters and how much it relies on the bare minimum, but I think it does it at a good enough level where I'm able to forgive some of that. But
But
there's one thing in this movie that somebody figures out something, and I went, no. I
no,
literally like stopped the movie and just laughed, and I went, no, that's not how that works. Like, that's not how the Force works.
that's not how the Force works.
Yeah. But otherwise, no, really, really, really solid movie. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Mm.
Yeah, really, really, really good. One of the best movies of the year. Fucking Nicholas Hoult, holy shit.
Neither is fucking
All
hard.
right. All right, moving on. We got Amelia Perez. Okay,
Oh, that was some disappointment.
yeah. So Amelia Perez is this drama musical crime film that
Stress.
stars Zoe Saldana, Selena Gomez, and Carla Sofia Gascon. It's entirely in Spanish, in the Spanish
Oh,
language. It takes place in Mexico, and the film is about this cartel boss named Manitas who hires Zoe Saldana. She's a lawyer named Rita in Mexico. And he hires her because he has never felt himself. He's always felt split in two, and he's never essentially lived his true life, and he wants to transition into a woman. And to do that, he needs to throw away his entire life that exists before him, as
and
well as to find a way to do it.
he is a mafia boss, you said, or a
Correct.
cartel
He's a
boss.
cartel boss, yeah.
Okay.
And after he does transition, the film flashes forward 4 years, and they meet up again. Now her name is Emilia Perez, and she's essentially living her truth. She hires Rita again because she wants to essentially almost like right the wrongs of her past, because there's a lot of people that have been have made disappearances in Mexico, and if you kind of understand what that means, it means it's a lot of dead people. And she essentially wants to start a foundation to, help families find, make peace and find the bodies and, know what happened to their family. That's the general premise of the movie. It's fucking 2 hours and 12 minutes, and the movie sucked.
Oh no.
So the musical aspect of this movie is full of bold swings. It's a very bold and ambitious movie. It has a lot it wants to say, but it says none of it well.
Oh, no joke. I thought you were gonna say it's a musical. Like what? That could have been the biggest twist of the night.
No, it is a musical.
What?
Yeah, that's why I started it. It's a musical.
Oh, I must
Yeah.
have missed that.
Yeah, it is a musical. None of the songs are very good, but this movie is just a mess. It's I'm not going to talk about how it handles, you know, the transgender person. I don't think I'm the right person to speak on that.
I mean, is there anything to talk about?
No, there's plenty,
Oh.
and people more qualified than I can talk about it. There's a lot. This movie's gotten a lot of hate, and part of it is because of its very heavy Oscars push. But a lot of it is from people, transgender people, very much not appreciating the way the film represents, the transgender experience and how and why people want to transition.
Okay.
I'm just I don't think I'm the right person to speak on that, so I'm not even gonna try. I think there's people way more experienced than I and way more learned, and I think they should speak on that matter. But I can speak very much on the craft and the general story here, and the movie's very well made. It's very well shot and directed, but the script is just all kinds of messy. It's juggling way too many things, way too many ideas, and none of them are fleshed out. It's just a very incoherent and inconsistent movie. The best it has going for it, Carla Sofia Gascon, an actual transgender woman who plays Emilia Perez, and the role of Manitas, which is the crime boss. She's very, very good in this movie. But Miss Zoe Saldana, holy shit. Where has she been?
Avatar.
What has the Avatar and Marvel machine done to her?
Money.
Where she's been forced to hide this away from us.
I literally honed it, and that's it.
She feels like a woman reborn in this movie. Like she was just freed and liberated to like stretch her muscles. Like she gets to sing, dance, and just act the shit out of this role, and she's gonna win Best Actress.
Yeah.
If she doesn't, this shit's rigged.
I mean, what are the?
I mean, the only other ones that I've seen, Florence and Mikey Madison are like the front runners that I've seen, but and probably Cynthia Erivo for Wicked. I know we'll talk about it later, but you saw, I think like Danielle Deadweiler is in Heavy Conversation. Demi Moore from The Substance is in Heavy Conversation. Danielle Deadweiler in The Piano Player, or A Piano Lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah, which we'll talk about that later. But
what are you talking about? Like, yeah, that one. I just didn't know her
yeah.
name.
But I think Zoe Saldana is gonna win. I think she's gonna get nominated, and I think she's gonna win. This is the most impressive performance I've seen from an actress this year. It like I said, like it feels like she's reborn. Like I've never seen her like this ever, and
So
she's incredible.
Again.
She's incredible. Like yeah, like there's just a few scenes you can watch from this movie, like that actually having to watch the whole fucking movie, and you'll just see how incredible she is. And yeah, like that's really the biggest praise I have for this movie. Otherwise, the rest of it's just kind of like not good. Selena Gomez is good in the movie, but her Spanish, I mean, very much pot calling the kettle black here. Her Spanish is fucked.
Who's?
Selena Gomez.
Oh.
She can speak fluent Spanish, so she's doing better than I can. But her Spanish is weird, man. It's weird.
If you're saying that, something's wrong.
Yeah. I'll show you a clip later of her in this movie, and it's like everyone's been dogging on it because her Spanish just sounds so fucking bad.
They should have hired Ben Affleck.
That's fucked up. Yeah, no. I did not like this movie. Did not think it was good. I gave it a 5. And I think like if I either watch it again or if I thought about it more, that score could go down a lot. Yeah, but I very much rushed this movie last minute, so yeah, it's gonna get a 5 for now.
Closer to a something to something.
Yeah, closer to a 4 than a 6.
Oh,
Yep.
a 4 than a 6.
Yeah. All right, we can move on from that to Red One. We can both talk about this movie.
Yay!
You go first.
Because
I know what's after this, and I have a rant saved.
So this one didn't earn the rant, but it was the next one. I see. Well,
When you see it, you'll know, because you've unfortunately had to deal with some of my ranting on that.
did I see it too?
Mm-mm.
Well,
You didn't want to.
I did not want to. Well, good. It's funny that we're talking about the next movie other than this movie. Shows how interesting the Red One is, you know?
Yeah.
Red One is so bad that even J.K. Simmons wasn't very good in the movie.
He slept through the entire movie.
He was asleep. It's funny. I mean, damn. So was I almost. Red
It's
One.
funny because you kind of liked this movie when we got out of it.
I just didn't take it seriously at all. I was like, yeah, whatever, bro. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just, I guess this is happening. I guess I see the vision. I don't really care. It's just a rock movie with Chris Evans. Rock movie starring Chris Evans. you
Yep.
know. Oh yeah, but as I said, it is a rock movie starring Chris Evans. There's not really much to say out of that. The Rock is, dare I say, far from doing anything new or innovative that isn't just him smoldering at the camera and being
Yeah.
cool. I guess this movie does show him being a little more vulnerable since he's not winning clean all the time, but at the same time, it is a rock movie.
So he's got to win.
So he's gotta win. I mean, hey, it was nice seeing him and gets the shit slapped out of him by Krampus. That was
Yeah.
nice. That's cool.
Oh,
Uh,
did you? Yeah, you mean the random part of the movie where they just like they stopped having shitty looking shit and just actually made like a kind of fun movie for like 5 minutes?
yeah, that was fun. It's because Krampus was obscured in the fucking movie.
Yeah, because Krampus is an actual like fucking tangible thing. The rest of this movie's just fucking like green screen slop. Like I hate calling movies slop. This movie's slop. Like this is fucking this is generic, just fucking dog shit.
Yeah.
And this movie just insists that it's like that it's something like new and interesting, and yet it can't even take itself seriously because like you have fucking Chris Evans throwing 20 years of an interesting career down the toilet to just go a level 4 naughty lister. Like,
My best defense to that is that he is the POV character for these new things that
cool. So then
even we
even
know
he
of.
doesn't. So he even he doesn't give a shit or take this shit seriously.
Oh, he doesn't know what it is. I agree he doesn't really take it seriously, but I would expect for him to be like, "What the hell is that? What does that mean? What do you mean by that?" That checks out for me, but it is true that he doesn't take it very seriously. There's not much to take seriously in this movie.
Movie calls itself out on shit all the time. It's obnoxious. Like
That's the Christmas movie. It is pretty fucking dull.
yeah, it's kind of a Christmas movie.
It's less of a Christmas movie than fucking Die Hard, and Die Hard is peak Christmas movie. Damn it, the best Christmas movie ever. We just gotta go back to making Christmas movies that good. Ah, what a shame.
Yeah,
Hey,
the movie's also it's way too fucking long.
did you know that the Grinch by Illumination is the most successful Christmas movie of all time? Isn't that depressing?
Why'd you tell me
Anyway,
that?
to ruin your day,
Shit.
want to ruin your night.
Yeah.
We're talking about one, say so. Hey, we're already ruining our.
This movie's so crap, man.
Yeah, it's crappy. But it doesn't even have very good action,
No.
and I don't know. It feels I don't know like really like just tame. Anyway, it doesn't go all out as
Yeah.
much as it should be with this, but
It's
with
very
this
very corporate,
concept.
very paint by numbers.
Yeah, I know it's animated, but Polar Express has more imagination than this.
Yeah.
Like that's what
Polar
I.
Express has more heart to it.
There's more heart to it. Yeah, and the movie tries. This movie
Polar
tries.
Express isn't even all that good either.
No, and Red One in the end tries to implement a little bit of heart after the message they were trying to get across.
It feels so cynical.
Yeah,
It feels so dishonest.
yeah, it's also a really shitty villain. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And
The
of course,
CGI is also trash.
yeah, of course, it has the CGI final battle with the giant monster.
Yep.
We were just missing the blue laser and the CGI army. Although we kind of
Yeah.
get that.
The Sky Laser, the CGI army, yeah, yeah. All the belt. What else can we throw in? What's another generic cookie cutter shit?
Well, it did have the person coming in to the rescue at the very last second.
Yes. Yeah, the Ex Machina. Yeah,
The
Deus Ex Machina.
Oh, that's, oh, he's full of ex machina, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Full of
Yeah,
nonsense.
it is quite nonsensical. And you know what? I'm kind of tired of The Rock at this point doing the same shit. I'm really looking forward to Smash Machine because it's something. It's something.
Something actually different for him.
It's different.
Yeah.
The most different thing he'll do. He would have done in 20 years of, you know. Well, what was the
Yeah.
last unique movie? I think the last unique movie from him was Pain and Gain.
I would say. What's that movie he did? I don't remember the name of it.
Describe it to me. I might know it.
Hold on. Uh, what's the name of the movie?
As you think about that, ooh,
Southland Tales. I
what?
had to look up I'm a pimp and pimps don't commit suicide. I had to look that up because I remember that clip from that movie. Yeah,
What's it
that's like a
called?
3 hour drama he did called Southland Tales. Yeah, where he plays like an actual like character.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah,
South.
I think it single handedly killed any desire he had to be a serious actor.
Oh, why was it bad?
Apparently, it was not very good. Yep.
Said it was called what?
Southland Tales.
Southland Tales.
Yeah,
Never heard of it, and it's three
yeah.
hours
It's from like
long.
an. It's like 2.5. Sorry.
Oh, this is 2006.
Yeah.
It's a sci-fi comedy. Huh. Is that
Yeah.
fucking Buffy? Huh.
That is in fact, yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Okay.
And Sean William Scott's in there too.
Yeah, that's a long time. That's why I was thinking Pain and Gain because that's like he plays a fucking psychopath in there.
Yeah.
He's quite good in it.
Yeah. He's really good as Maui in the first
Oh yeah,
Moana.
he's very good as Maui.
Yeah.
Listen, I think the Rock's a good actor. He's just you kind of had to force him to act. Kind of have to force it out of him.
Yeah. You gotta set aside his ego, which is a massive ego. It's probably as big as he is.
That's that's a compliment. That might probably. he,
Yeah.
he likes you like you saying that thing. So he says, "Oh, thank you, Gabe."
It's funny. We're just talking all this mad shit about this movie, but I'm not even like. I don't even really hate it. I don't hate
Me
it.
neither. Me
I
neither.
dislike it. I don't like it at all, but like.
Yeah, it's not the worst movie I've ever seen. Not even
Yeah.
close
I'm so indifferent to it.
to that. It's just like I've seen this before. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen it before. I've seen it done better and worse too. So hey,
This director did the Jumanji movies, man.
I'm not. I mean, in that case, I'm not really surprised. Not to say Jumanji, the first one is bad or anything. I didn't see the second one, but
Second one's okay.
it does feel like this would just be a child of that, just more sterilized, more vanilla and
Yeah.
lame.
The the second Jumanji movie that he did was kind of exactly what you would think the first movie would be,
Mm.
which is like, take it or leave it.
Take it
But
away. Well, shit.
yeah. I did like that first Jumanji though. I was surprised by it.
No,
Cuz
that
I
was
remember it looked awful.
that was actually one of the worst where The Rock actually does act because he's like playing a
Yeah, cuz
dumb kid.
he has to play fucking this like nerdy shy kid who's scared of everything and he's hilarious. He's
He's
great in it.
he's good as that.
He's great in that movie.
Only
Like
happens
he's
randomly.
hilarious. Like he's really funny in that.
Yes.
So like, yeah, there's that. That's great. But like, anyway, yeah, fucking we have Red One where he's just being the Rock again.
By the way, The Rock is a more interesting person. Like when he wrestles, he's very interesting. He's very cool and
Yeah,
funny and
the actual
charismatic.
Rock character is way cooler than Dwayne Johnson.
Yes,
Like, yeah.
he's a good
Oh, by the way,
actor.
Lucy Liu's in this movie.
Yes, she is. I'm happy that I'm seeing Lucy doing more stuff. Fucking hell, can you be in good stuff?
The most thankless role Lucy Liu's ever had.
I beg of you, make I don't know, be in a Kill Bill movie again, esque movie. You were so good in that. She was so fucking good in that.
Hmm.
Clinging on to the past. How dare I? Yeah, it's lame. Lame movie. Red lame. Red Juan.
Yeah, I gave it a 4.5.
I'm also giving it a four.
Yeah,
Not 0.5, just a four.
yeah.
Not the
Just
worst, but it should have been a streaming movie.
Yeah, it should have stayed a streaming movie.
Yeah. Hey, it's free on Amazon right now.
Yeah, it's on Amazon right
You
now.
know, you're wrong. It's a
Yeah,
flop.
you probably already checked it out and went, "Wow, this shit's trash."
It's trash. I'm gonna watch Die Hard instead. We should do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Challengers instead because that's also on Amazon, I think.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
I was thinking
Alright.
more of a Christmas movie. I want to watch Nosferatu. That's a Christmas movie.
Legit,
Yeah.
legit.
Yeah.
Nosferatu is more a Christmas movie than fucking Red One.
That's funny.
Uh, anyway, can move on from
All right.
that.
What's your red movie? Well, I can't wait. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Gladiator
Oh, there it is. Oh shit.
2.
I should have known.
Fuck this movie, man.
Take the scene, game. Take the
Fuck this
stage.
movie. Okay.
I hope it dies.
Do you want me to just read all this shit?
Go ahead.
'Cause we'll probably be here for like 10 minutes, but like I can do it.
Oh,
I can go off.
we've been here long enough. Whatever.
All right, you want me to do it? I
Go
can
ahead.
do it. Let's do it. Fuck it. We're actually behind on time. I'm surprised we're actually ahead. We're ahead of schedule a little bit here. I thought we'd be going longer.
Great.
Yeah. So, all right. So this is what I wrote. Gladiator 2 lost me within its first 20 or so minutes. It gained my favor sporadically throughout its hefty runtime, but never gained an inch of sympathy, energy, or investment from me at all as a viewer. The film's initial motivation for its revenge is lackluster. Let's compare for a moment before I truly delve into this film. I shall compare this film's initial setup for Lucius's revenge to Maximus's revenge setup. Just indulge me for a moment. This will contain light spoilers as they do show this in the trailers. So if you didn't watch those trailers, feel free to stop reading if the spoilers matter to you. Or in this case, stop watching. In the first 20 minutes or so of Gladiator, we are introduced to Maximus through the heat of battle, establishing himself as an intelligent general, as well as establishing his talent with a blade, and the respect he commands as a general. We get to establish each major player in both the film, as well as the conflict the film sets up. Maximus is entrusted with the dream of Rome over the current Caesar's son, Commodus, and in retaliation, Commodus kills the current Caesar, attempts to have Maximus killed, and kills Maximus's family. Of note, Maximus talks about his family quite a bit in those 20 or so minutes, telling the audience just how much he loves and cares for them, and we see that Maximus is a respectable and honorable man, so when his family is slaughtered, you can understand both his pain and his rage, as well as understanding where it's placed. Now in this film, Lucius is introduced with zero characteristics about himself shown, outside of his wit, his distaste for Romans, and that he has a wife. We're dropped into Numidia with zero context to anything, just straight into a battle with the Romans, and in the process, Lucius's wife is killed. She has had maybe 2 lines of dialogue up to this point, so we've had zero context as to what their relationship was like, giving us nothing to care about. No sense of chemistry or love other than what we're told. Even then, we're told very little as the film wastes no time getting into the battle, so we don't even have time to understand what she meant to him before she's killed. Lucius's rage towards the man who gave the order to kill his wife, Acacius, feels like it did the bare minimum, having Lucius see and hear Acacius say verbatim, "Shoot her, kill her now," and boom, there's your rage.
Now.
The reason why this setup doesn't work in comparison to the first films is the lack of time and care put into the opening of the film. It's part of what makes the ensuing journey to revenge completely void of feeling. Now, let me talk about some positives before I delve into my general issues with the movie. It's very well shot. It's very well shot by John Matheson, despite his comments about Ridley's lack of care at the helm. The battle sequences, as per usual from Ridley, are grand, epic, and brutal. Very few do it as well as he does. The chaos and brutality on display is great. The score from Harry Gregson Williams is very good. Not as good as Hans Zimmer's score from the first, but it doesn't embarrass himself. He doesn't embarrass himself. Excuse me.
That's good.
The actors are all pretty good generally. Denzel kind of single-handedly makes this film worth watching. He's out of place in the film, voice-wise, but he gives the film energy with his performance. Every time he wasn't on screen, I was begging for him to come back.
Denzel, please come back.
While I did feel the film's length, I would say that the film moves quickly, which is both a positive and a negative. Okay, now for the problems. Let's talk about the emperors. They're stupid, stupid men. Actually, let's talk about this film's horrid sense of time. This film takes place 16 years after the death of Marcus Aurelius, which means that since the film says that Commodus died 4 years after Marcus, then that means that this film takes place 12 years after the first. Apparently, that was enough time for people to entirely forget Maximus, his sacrifice, and the dream of Rome. The Senate apparently didn't take Rome for long because at some undefined point, the twin emperors Geta and Caracalla take over and become tyrannical emperors. It throws away any of the victory of the first film and renders it almost pointless. I said that Gaeta and Caracalla are stupid because of the choices they make. They're ruthless, immoral, and quick to temper, which should, by all means, make them threatening. But because they literally don't think about anything, their choices towards the third act of the film make them seem genuinely stupid. On top of that, they're just not threatening villains, as the very talented Joseph Quinn and Fred Hetchinger play them as cartoon villains. Alright, let's talk about Paul Mescal. This is my first experience with the actor, as I haven't seen his work previous to this. I haven't seen Normal People, After Sun, or All of Us Strangers, but I am aware of his talent. It's on display in many ways in this film. He's very clearly a talented actor. But he's both misdirected and arguably miscast in this film. The rage the character is supposed to have only is truly on display in a couple of moments. In the rest of the film, he's very stoic, angry, smarmy, and tempered. I never once saw the rage that the film continuously tells me he has. He's angry, sure, but I never once saw him as this man with a lot of rage. Mescal plays him way more calm and tempered than straight-up rage. As I said, he has his moments of anger that come out in key moments, and they are deserved. But I think if the film was trying to say that he's both filled with rage and a mannered and commanding revolutionary capable of rallying troops akin to Maximus, the film, both through Mescal's performance and the overall screenplay, just don't sell it the way it should, at least for me. The written page just didn't give him much to work with. Now that it's been mentioned, let's talk about that screenplay. This is the third collaboration between David Scarpa and Ridley Scott. It should stop. This and last year's Napoleon are films with poor characterizations and poor explanation of time. It also doesn't give much for character motivation, arcs, or what have you. It throws away the meaning of the first film's journey, only for that to come back into play as something that both does and doesn't matter towards the end. Also, this film's third act is laughable. It goes into every cliche you can think of and even somehow manages to rush into the finale. Denzel couldn't save that nonsense. I also struggled to understand the arc Lucius goes through in the film. It just felt like things were missing here in the narrative, and don't tell me that there's a 3.5-hour cut somewhere that fixes it all like Napoleon.
What?
I haven't seen that cut, and someday I might, but it still exists as an issue with this cut of the film that most will see. The screenplay is just poor. It's lengthy, but fills its space with very little to chew on. There's more I could go on and on about with Gladiator 2, but I think I've gotten to the most of it without just yapping forever. Point being that this film is poorly written, but well put together and acted film that simply fills space and doesn't actually further the first film's legacy. In fact, it only disparages it by rendering it almost pointless. It has great battles and an energetic and entertaining Denzel Washington carrying it into something worth watching at all. It's a film that I saw, and that's something I should be saying about it's a film that is something I should not be saying about a film of this size and scope. That is everything I wrote.
It's long. Oh my God.
Yep.
You should, when you edit this, you should like a clock in there to see how long you were that for.
Yeah, fuck this movie. I kind of hate it.
Kind of hate it.
But I gave it a 4. And I'll stick to the 4.
Oh man. Why is
Denzel makes it worth watching.
okay? Yeah.
And the battles are great. But that's you expect that.
Washington.
You expect that from Ridley Scott, man. At this point, like that's the one thing he's good at now.
Yeah, true. Hey, you missed a really funny joke. Denzel makes it worth Washington. Why aren't you laughing?
Get the fuck out.
Why aren't you laughing? That's classic American humor.
4 out of 10. Fuck this movie. If you like it, good for you. I'm not one of you.
I thought you were gonna go full help. You're looking go fuck yourself.
No.
Really
I don't think I'm that passionate about this, but I don't even love the first Gladiator. Like I like it. It's really good, but I'm not in love with it. But for some reason, this movie just pissed me off.
Maybe you just felt bad for Gladiator, like the first one. Like you knew it, like insulted the memory of that movie.
Yeah, I guess yeah. Because the second it went like, oh yeah, the second the movie starts and it goes like, yep, 16 years after Marcus Aurelius' death, two new emperors took place, and I was like, what?
I mean, literally, the fact that this second Gladiator movie is just like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not surprised.
Yeah. Oh, well. Moving on from Gladiator 2, we have Wicked. And I did see Wicked. In very heavy contrast to Gladiator 2, I really liked Wicked.
It was actually good.
It was really good. Uh, it's an exceedingly long movie. It's longer. It's longer than fucking Gladiator 2.
My God.
Because Gladiator 2 is 228. Wicked is 240. Yeah,
Mhm.
despite its really long runtime, I was never bored. I was very continuously entertained, and I found myself surprisingly invested in the very predictable but solid story. It does have issues with its storytelling and some of the ideas and characters being not fully explored, but in fairness, the film is a part one of two, and the movie kind of almost circumvents it entirely because it always keeps the relationship between Glinda and Elphaba in focus. That is the point of the movie. That is the goal. That is what we're supposed to care about, and that's what the movie puts all of its attention towards. And that central relationship really, really works. And Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande are excellent in this movie. Ariana Grande has very surprising comedic chops and is able to carry some of the more dramatic sequences. But Cynthia Erivo is on another level entirely. Cynthia Erivo is able to command all of the sympathy that you will need out of Elphaba, almost like in an instant. She just gets that character and she's able to perform it to perfection. And on top of that, she's a great singer. So when she belts it out, like it hits. She's able to just really command that. And Ariana Grande is also a great singer,
Of
and
course.
she sings very well in this movie. Um, yeah. Uh, I do think the film visually is lacking. I mean, not to beat the dead horse in terms of the discourse on how this movie looks. It's a very, I don't
Listen,
want to say glossy looking movie, but it's a pleasing movie to look at, but not always.
it's not the sauce.
Yeah, it should be brighter and more colorful and like very poppy. This is the land of Oz. This is it's supposed to be a technicolor world, you know. Like whenever you think of the land of Oz, I always think of that shot from The Wizard of Oz where it starts in the black and white and transitions into color as Dorothy opens the door, and how just that hits you, and that like gives you like chills down your spine, like the way it transitions to that color, how big it is, and that film still looks incredible. Wicked, by comparison, doesn't look as good as The Wizard of Oz,
Wow, that's
a
saying
film
something.
that's nearly 100 years old.
Yeah. What fucking movie?
Like, yeah, still a fantastic movie by the way. I rewatched it before seeing Wicked, and it's an incredible movie.
I will do that
Uh,
if when I ever go see Wicked.
yeah,
If
um,
whenever it starts taking fucking money.
yeah. The movie actually hit digital today,
Oh,
so as
all
of
right.
yeah, as of this time of recording, December 31st. Yeah, it has officially hit digital. So yeah,
All right.
yeah. But I will say the movie, like, while it's not the most visually appealing movie, I do think it looks good. The movie has CGI. It looks good. Like, it's never distracting. The movie has fully CG characters, and I never once questioned that they were real. And the overall production is a lot of practical sets and a lot of like great camera work and stuff, and uh, lots of really great stuff in there. I will say something I didn't know when I was watching the movie the first time and I was writing about it. And I think I've come to I first initially didn't understand the criticism, but I've come to understand it with looking into it a little more and getting kind of becoming uh, it was kind of put into school a little bit
Educated.
from some theater kids. Uh, this film has an issue with some of its songs where it overextends them, particularly the final number, "Defying Gravity," which is the big number. The original track in the Broadway musical is about 4 to 5 minutes. In this film, it's like 15.
What?
So what they do is they break up the song a lot, and then they also kind of merge it with another song from the musical called Unlimited. And it, while for me as a first, when I was watching it for the first time, I didn't know this, so I was just kind of wrapped up in the movie and what it was doing, and I felt the moment, and it was really hitting for me. And so when the more of the Defying Gravity part started kicking in, I was like, oh, okay, I was really like into it. But becoming more knowledgeable on the subject, yeah, I can understand the criticism where it's just breaking up the song too much and it's ruining the flow of it, and it's not letting you soak in like just how good the song is. Um, oh, and yeah, the songs are really good. Go figure. It's one of the most popular Broadway shows for a reason. Like it's got good music.
Better.
So, yeah, all very very good songs. So, yeah, like it's a very very good movie. I was surprised that it was as good as it was because it kind of when I saw like the praise it was getting, I was like, okay, whatever. These are just the theater kids and the general
Pretentious.
public, the pretentious people going like, oh, okay, I guess sure. And then I sat down and watched it, and I was like, okay, y'all were cooking a little bit.
I see.
y'all were onto something a little bit.
I see.
I see what you were saying. Yeah. Very very good movie. Really really enjoyed it. I'm very excited for the second part, but I'm also concerned because the original play, I think I might have mentioned this to you. The original show is about 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
This movie's 240,
Yeah.
and it's part one of two.
Mm.
What this movie covers is about like is Act One of the play. Act Two is like 30 minutes to an hour in the actual show. So I don't know what they're gonna do for that second movie.
I mean, it would have to be Wizard of Oz, I imagine, right?
Yeah, it's probably gonna like because Wizard of Oz is actively taking place during Act Two of Wicked. As far as I understand, it's actively taking place at the same time. So I guess yeah, they're just gonna have to like because what I understand how it works is that after this, like some stuff happens and then there's a massive time jump, like literally like anime time skip type shit.
Mm.
Um, that's how I understand it. But I'm gonna stop looking into it and just kind of let the movie come out, and then
Next
I'll
year.
get told. Yes, next year it's already set. They've actually changed the title. It was gonna be called Wicked Part Two, and now it's called Wicked for Good.
That's cool.
Yeah, which is apparently the name of one of the most important songs in that act is called For Good, and that's a song people are very excited to hear.
I'm evil forever.
Yeah, but yeah, this was a very very good movie. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Out of 10.
Yeah, I was very very into it. Yeah,
Super
and I
cool.
think if what is come if what I think is about to come up is going to come up, and I'm gonna have a very funny. We're gonna have a very funny contrast. Yup.
Oh no.
In complete comparison,
We were
Moana
talking
2
about
sucks
bad
dick.
music. Oh
Moana
man,
2 sucks
it's
ass.
not surprising.
This movie is not a movie. It is like 3 or 4 episodes of a Disney Plus show strung together to make a movie. Because that's what Moana 2 is. It was supposed to be a Disney Plus show that Disney felt could benefit from a theatrical release and make more money. So they made the animators spend more money. They gave the animators more money to make the animation more film-like, and they just kind of strung it together with a fucking ball of yarn.
Well, they weren't wrong that I was gonna make more money.
They weren't wrong.
Yeah,
Um,
this is on the way to 1 billion, right?
yeah, it's at 800 million right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's insane. Um, this movie feels completely put together by string. It starts off with a story and then just completely falls apart afterwards. There's a couple good moments in there, here and out, but it's like the whole time I was just like, this doesn't feel like Moana. And I just couldn't shake. Like, I can't explain that, but I just couldn't shake it the entire time. I was like, this just doesn't feel like Moana. If that makes like any lick of sense.
Yeah, makes sense. You're an imposter, aren't you?
Yeah. Like the songs are not good. Like it.
How dare
I
you
think
stand
I
next
wrote
to him?
down that the best song in this film is literally a song from the first movie, but they changed up the vocalist.
What song was that?
We Know the Way.
Mm,
And this time it's sung by Auili Carvalho, Moana herself.
right.
Yeah, that's the best song in this movie.
I wonder why.
And it's a song that Lin-Manuel wrote.
What do you mean by this?
Also, everybody shits on Lin-Manuel for his style and, how present it is and how present he is and everything. But you're going to miss his ass when he's gone. You're going to fucking miss his ass because the songs in this movie suck. Just suck. Like, they are so not good. Yeah. So, I actually had a very heavy deliberation on this movie. Because I gave it the same score that I gave last year's Wish. A movie that I was a lot softer on than this movie. And I don't want to insinuate that this movie is worse than Wish, because it's not. But let it be known, both those movies suck.
Don't get it twisted.
I give this movie a 5 out of 10. Just, ugh.
I was expecting a 4,
No.
honestly.
It could be. I could watch it again, and it could be a 4, it could be a 3, it could be a 2. This movie sucks ass. So I don't know.
I mean, when I hear success, I expect like some.
Yeah.
But hey,
Yeah, but the animation's gorgeous. There's some good stuff in it, like kind of sporadically. It's not a particularly annoying movie. It's just like, oh my god, how is this Moana? Like I literally just like I compare everything in this movie to Moana 1, and I'm like, no, this is no.
no, you're like a
You are like, how are you? Like, how are you this?
you're one of those skinwalkers, aren't you?
But yeah, I give this a 5. Yeah, we can move on.
Oh please.
Ugh. Right. Next up is Y2K.
Oh my god, we're on a roll of bad movies, aren't we?
A movie I'm apparently stupid for thinking was gonna be good.
You thought it was gonna be good?
I thought it looked fun. Like I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, that looks fun. I'll watch that. And apparently everyone else on the internet just thought I was like just proved that that whatever I thought was stupid. Because apparently everybody thought this movie looked like shit.
Oh. Do you feel?
And
Do you?
they were right.
Do you feel stupid?
I do feel stupid. This movie was shit. It's not awful. I think there's some people that think, oh, this movie's like god awful. It's terrible, and I'm like, no, I don't think it's that bad. But it just doesn't take it doesn't make the most out of its concept. It's a very great concept for a very quirky, out there like movie. And it just doesn't take advantage of it at all.
Hee quirky.
Because the idea is like, a what if Y2K was real? Like, what if the computers actually took over? And that's a very funny, like, unique, interesting like that could be a fun, quirky little movie, that could become somebody's entire identity. But it's just trapped in the nostalgia. Like, it takes place in 1999, and it's very it wants you to know that it's in 1999.
We took place in 1999. Look.
Like, the movie fucking starts with the fucking AOL dial-up tone. That's how the movie starts. So it's like, you gotta know what you're getting into there.
Yeah.
But the movie's just messy. It's not funny. It's lacking in, like, any ability to fully execute the idea that it has. It's trapped in nostalgia. And it only really makes jokes of its time, and it's just not interesting. It's got some decent moments here and there. It's actually got a decent amount of heart to it. But it's just like, it's one of the messiest screenplays of the year. Damn. Like, it's not focused at all. I can't in good conscience recommend the movie or say it's any good. But it could have been worse, honestly. It could have been a lot worse. I gave it a 5.
Leave. Well, what a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame because I was looking forward to it stupidly, but I was just looking
I
forward
was
to
a
it.
fool.
Yeah,
My
very much
optimism
so.
cost me dearly.
Yeah, it sure did. Moving on from that, we have Look Back.
Ooh.
Yep, all
Okay.
you.
All right. So hey. Let me just pause here for a second. Aha. Hey, look back. I'm so glad I fucking saw this movie. It's so fucking good, guys. It's so good. Um, it's very short. Doesn't take very long to get through. Goes by rather quick, but not in a way that makes you think, oh man, we're moving fast, aren't we? No, it's very deliberate into how it tells the story. It's very they take advantage of uh the filmmaking strategy called montages, which usually it feels like a
Mm,
lazy way to tell a story as
technique.
to yeah, technique. Sorry, yeah, it feels like a very lazy way to just skip by certain events. But with the way they use the montages, it feels very necessary in a way, especially since this is based off a short manga by the Chainsaw Man author.
Yeah, Tatsuki Fujimoto.
And Tatsuki Fujimoto. And speaking of him, this is very much a story that's inspired by his own experiences as a growing manga artist and author. I don't know how much of this exactly follows that story, but it is very interesting to look at. And knowing that fact, it's interesting to look at this movie with that in mind. Uh, it is very much a story about the strength of friendship and the mentality behind a lot of manga artists and like what that career and aspiring to that can do to you, what you can think about it and why you do it. Because I never really much thought about, maybe I have thought about it. I just never thought about it much to this level as to like how manga gets made and like the people behind it that much. Because a lot of manga that I read is very cool, looks very good, really good, and with that, I hear a lot about the many hiatuses that authors go through. You would know about that, right, Gabe? Just like
Mm-hmm.
all those fucking
Does this movie talk about the very low life expectancy for mangaka?
uh not entirely. It's actually pretty dramatized as to like the benefits that can come from it because if you're very successful, you will be a very successful author. But at the same time, it comes with that comes like the kind of like the dourness that you can even get from that success.
Mm-hmm.
That is very much shown through the main character, the main girl. I forget her name. It's Fuji something. The
Mm-hmm.
the names are based off the author. Funny enough, of both of these girls. Oh yeah, it's very much something that she herself goes through and like thinks about. And what's interesting about it is it shows kind of a disconnect that a aspiring manga artist can get as they do that. Like how lost yourself you can get with your relationships and friendships, and
Mm-hmm.
the fact that she, along with that girl, make that connection. It really shows how one might need that connection through not just becoming a manga artist, just like any work that kind of just consumes you. How you need those connections and friendships, those strong connections that really help you live that life comfortably and better and more yeah healthy mentally too.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it does the movie does get pretty like dark, dare I say, like really depressing as to what happens when you don't have that friend or connection relationship with anymore as you're consumed by by your work. But it also talks about so much about how that work can inspire and build those connections. And yeah, I thought Look Back was really fucking awesome. It's got really great animation, really great music. Particularly the animation is goddamn stunning. It reminds me so much of it. It's like I was like looking at the manga in life, in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very. It looks so. It looks like Chainsaw Man because it's the same fucking author.
We're not gonna say it's yeah Fujimoto. Yeah.
Mhm. Fujimoto, but it looks more like Chainsaw Man, like the way Chainsaw Man is draw, than Chainsaw Man anime, which is interesting because I see that the new movie is going for like more manga accurate
Yeah,
looks and
they're trying to
designs.
represent the
Yeah,
Fujimoto designs a lot more
yeah, and
because Fujimoto's art is very scratchy. It's very like as
yeah,
you see in this picture, it's very I don't know how to describe it, but it's very line like, very
it
scratchy.
looks like it's drawn in a piece of
Yeah.
paper. And yeah,
Well,
this movie very much
yeah.
embraces that, and it really just makes it more unique in that way. It really brings it to life. There's a scene where the main girl is just running through a field, and it's like the most beautiful piece of like running animation I've ever seen, with all the fields moving and the ground like blurring by. It's fucking beautiful. Holy shit. Yeah, but yeah, Look Back is a really great, really wholesome. I heavily recommend it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. 9.5 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it could have been longer. Like I think I feel like I needed that, but it is a short. It is a
Yeah.
short, so I understand why it's a short. But for me, it would have been really nice if it had like that those extra 10 minutes to just like have us see more of these two girls being together. Because at
Yeah.
times, even despite those matches being necessary in the way they are, it does feel abrupt at times. Like, well, okay, like we are here already, huh? But not too distracting. Just like kind of unsatisfying at points, but you know, not terrible.
Right.
As you can see, I really liked it. So
Yeah.
it's also a coming of age story.
Oh.
Coming of age story too. So hey, those are
Yeah.
nice. It went done well.
All right.
Check it out.
All right. Going on from there, we have the piano lesson.
Okay, this is all me too.
Yeah, the next couple are gonna be you.
Oh my god, man,
Yeah.
this is the Ernest show right now. Damn. All right, so unfortunately, I don't really have much to say about the piano lesson. I kind of like I was put in a spot where I just had to watch it because it was like a get together and they decided to watch the movie. I didn't really care to watch it, but I decided to pay attention. Why not? I was there, might as well. They picked it out for us. And the piano lesson is fine. Uh, it's no, how do I say this? It's a movie that is telling a story within a story. If that's a way to put it, because it it uh it gives so much history towards a piece of musical instrument known as that piano right there, as you're seeing in the screen. No, it is not catching fire in the movie. The 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 weight behind that piano, and that being like kind of telling the story of history between the history of old things made by old family members. I'm not articulating this as well as it should be. I apologize. I'm a little tired. It's about the legacy of things made by the last generation and how we should maintain and kind of honor it without tarnishing those legacies. But even with that, we should consider what those that legacy cost, what those things meant, if even maintaining it that way is even worth it in the first place, because of despite that history, it did bring a lot of pain, a lot of you know, some suffering, struggles that these characters reflect on. There is a there's a brother and a sister. I forget their names. I apologize. Who kind of like go back and forth throughout most of the movie about that piano. The brother wants to use it for his own gain to gain money and start farm, have his own land. But the sister is she doesn't want that. She wants to leave the piano as it is because of the history behind it, the legacy, the what people went through to get it. But in spite of that, he believes it's just a piece of piano because of that, because of the suffering and pain and struggles that piano has caused. I believe I should just fucking sell it. Why not? Doesn't hasn't done me any bit of good. So yeah, with that is kind of an interesting thing between you know an open series tree and how the next generation may want to disagree on what they should do with that. Either maintain it the way it is or use it for their own gain that a gain that can finally pay off for them after everything that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is a movie that takes place. I believe it's 1960 something.
Mm-hmm.
It's many years after slavery was allowed. It's because of how much they talk about how slavery took place in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's also very much a topic of slavery too, or just like how some certain families may what it's just a topic, but like what those families some of them may have meant to some of the owners too,
Mm-hmm.
and the piano there kind of emphasizes on that and why it was even made too in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's interesting there too about how some slave owners kind of like their slaves in a way. Some
Mm-hmm.
or just how much like those days may have meant to them. It's very strange, and it yeah, the acting is good from a pretty wide cast of people. Sam Jackson's in there. I don't really know the guy's name right there.
Uh, John David Washington.
Yeah, him. Yeah, there he goes. John David Washington, and you mentioned the lady, the main
Oh,
girl.
Danielle Deadweiler.
Yeah, she's really good in the movie. She she
Yeah.
she uh she gives off this paranoid attitude and very strict attitude to towards her brother here, and then other stuff going on in her
Yeah.
life.
It's like a great cast.
Yeah, really
What I
great
saw.
cast. Really great cast. Sam Jackson is sitting down in the movie a lot. Oddly enough, but hey, it's not a problem. It's not like it's a fucking action movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I know
very.
it was. This is an adaptation of a stage play.
Oh, how about that? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very much a drama. It's also spooky at times. There's a
Mm-hmm.
you could say horror element to it.
Like a supernatural
Yeah,
element.
supernatural element. It's honestly when I saw that I was like, this what the fuck is this movie doing? This is weird.
Hmm.
Because I wasn't know what to expect. I didn't read anything about it. I just said piano lesson. All right, that's what it is. And then did that. So yeah. I can't say I had a bad time with it, but yeah, it was fine. It was okay. It was okay. It wasn't terrible. I know I said I wasn't gonna talk about it that much, but I don't know that was like 2 minutes. That's
A little
something,
longer
right?
than 2 minutes.
A little longer than 2 minutes. Oh well, hey.
Yeah.
I guess I talked about it more than I thought I would. Hey, yeah, it's like a 6. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. It gets
Okay.
monotonous in places. Kind of takes long to get to the point too. Like a big while. But if you're interested in a way, I suggest you go see it. If you kind of wanna, I don't know, watch a story about a family.
Hmm.
There you go, 6 out of 10. Not bad.
All right.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. All right. Next one up is One Life.
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, let me get a sip of water. Mm. All right. All right, here we are. All right, One Life. This movie is fucking so fucking good. It's really good. It's a very wholesome story, and at the same time tragic. But thankfully the wholesomeness outweighs the tragedy behind it. But the tragedy is a big part of why the movie works too. It's a story about a bank broker and who in London of 1938 before the start of the war, before Germany
Mm-hmm.
goes on invading places. He goes on to a place. I'm gonna fuck this name up. No, but he goes to a place in Prague,
Mm-hmm.
S- Sarlak. It's a prison frog, uh, France.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. In a place as a broker to like help as much help. And during that, he goes outside to refugee camps. And he sees the state of it, the state of families, children out in the streets, kind of struggling to survive. And this right there inspires him to do good and try to get as many children out of Prague, out of Prague before the Nazis invade.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. The most interesting thing about this movie is how the group of people, right here being Nicky Winton, I believe that's his name, Nicky Winton. Um, how him and his group in Prague try to navigate ways to get the children out of Prague and into London. How they go through all that, trying to get all the money, visas, the trains, trying to find families that will even take their children in the first place in London. This is all them trying to do that as the war begins to progress, as the Nazis get closer and closer to Prague and invade. Yeah, that is the interesting bit of the I guess thriller element in the movie, and it's really interesting how they try to get it done. At the same time, it's kind of intense too. It's not like they play music over them, writing over pieces of paper intently with like dramatic music playing. It's just like the way they try to do everything because the time is not on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
And but despite that bit of hopelessness, the acting done by the gentleman who plays a younger Anthony Hopkins through
Mm-hmm.
that is very well done. Because at times what seems very dire situations, the fact that this man is so adamant and hopeful on wanting to do the best he can, the best that he has to do because he feels that he does. That is the thing that he must do. There is no alternative. I have to do this thing because it is the right thing to do. That is what really like brings heart to the movie. And yeah, you really feel it. You really feel like the heart through it, the hope, despite all the dire situation because
Mm-hmm.
World War II, very very bad time for everybody, a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
You hear a lot about how a lot of people died in it, a lot of suffering, a lot of families separated, lots of kids separating from their families, just families being spread across the country and never heard from again. You heard a lot about that, but then you hear the story about this guy who saved 669 children. Yeah, saved them, gave them new lives. Uh, they lived very very long lives. It's really great. And then Anthony Hopkins here is his part of the story. It's set between 1938 and then 1985. So it's a very
Mm-hmm.
split story between two times. It's about him remembering the time and kind of like pondering on it. He's also trying to let that story be known through the world because it was a story that basically no one's ever heard about until that time. And yeah, he was just trying to let that story be known. His efforts and efforts of his friends who did that. That's as much as I got into being the plot because everything else, is pretty important to know about. But yeah, I thought One Life was really great, really great surprise. Really, really glad I saw it. The acting was great. Anthony Hopkins here, he's of course the best actor in the movie. I don't think he does quite as good in here as he does in The Father, but he does very good in this movie. it's,
Yeah.
it's just him up to a whole new level. It's great.
Hmm.
Yeah, I heavily recommend One Life. Really good.
Yeah.
I'm at a 8.5 with it.
Hmm.
8.5.
No. All right. From there we have Maria. Okay, so this is me.
Angelina.
Um, so this film is directed by Pablo Larraín. He did the film from a few years ago that I really loved, Spencer, which is the Princess Diana movie. And this is continues in his, I guess, trilogy of very sad women. Because he did the Jackie Kennedy movie, Jackie, and then he did Spencer, and now he has Maria. And Maria is about Maria Callas, who is considered the world's greatest opera singer. And the film is about her last few days, just essentially just reminiscing and wondering about the lack of freedom she's had in her life, and being wanting to go out on her own terms. And the film stars Angelina Jolie as Maria Callas, and this is a movie that is not nearly as good as Spencer.
Wait, is she gonna die or something? Because you said you want to go on her own terms.
Well, just generally in life.
Oh, okay, okay.
But yes, it is the movie that takes place during the last few days of her life. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very similar to Spencer in that it is a movie about a very angsty woman who feels trapped in a cage and wants out, and wants to do something in her own terms. But this movie just kind of misses something. I think it's a fine enough movie with a very striking cinematography that's really beautiful, and Angelina Jolie is great. And there's some depth here into how Maria clings to her past and her kind of her desperation in some cases, but it's all very just jumbled in a movie that's way too long, and just kind of struggles to make any kind of point about her life, and the film really just has no conflict.
No conflict.
No conflict other than what her character puts herself through. And because it's kind of a lack of defined conflict or present conflict, the movie just kind of meanders. Where you kind of just go, what is the goal here? Because Maria doesn't really change by the end of the movie. She's really only ever just sad, delusional, and charming. And I compare that to Spencer, where in that film Diana in that movie ends very sad still, but there's a satisfaction to watching her do something as mundane as going through a McDonald's drive-thru, where it's something very simple, but it kind of rounds out what that movie was trying to say, about the conflict she experienced and that struggle that she went through. Whereas in this film, Maria's final scenes are very freeing for her, but the audience isn't satisfied because we didn't really get to know her, to know why this is so freeing to her. And yeah, it kind of feels like we're playing outside baseball. It's very weird. I don't think it's a bad movie, but it's just kind of okay, I guess.
This doesn't hit like Spencer did.
No. And I really shouldn't compare it to Spencer. I should really just judge it on its own merits, but on its own, I think it's just a mediocre movie. It's not very concise or kind of discernible, I guess. I gave it a 6 out of 10. Yeah, was not particularly keen with it. I pretty much only watched it because I was familiar with Spencer, and I was like, oh, it's this director. Yeah, I'll watch that.
I like that guy.
Yeah. And I was heavily disappointed. All right. From there, we have Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim. I guess to talk about disappointed, this movie was also very disappointing. It's a movie that just kind of exists. It really doesn't have much meaning. I don't understand why it was an anime film in particular. There's really nothing about the story or what happens in it that is attributed to anime, or that feels like it's more of an anime sensibility. The film doesn't really take advantage of the fact that it's an anime. There's really nothing here. They had ideas for a story, but no ideas for characters or arcs or anything in that way. It just kind of exists with no meaning. There's no story to tell. It's very gorgeously animated most of the time, and it has some good action and a really great score, and some good moments throughout, but it all just kind of means nothing, as You don't really get to know any of these characters, least of all its protagonist, Hera, who you don't, she doesn't really, everything that she learns is something that she kind of already knew. And that just kind of makes you feel like, oh, well, what the fuck were these 2 hours and 12 minutes for?
Damn, it's long.
Yeah, it's a long fucking movie, man. Like 2 hours and 14 minutes is a long time for nothing for not a whole lot.
Yeah.
Um,
Nerve.
really, the gist of the story is how did Helm's Deep get the name Helm's Deep?
That's nice, I guess.
Yeah,
Do they fight in Helm's
right.
Deep?
And it turns out because Helm Hammerhand was a fucking badass. That's and he very much loved his daughter, and his daughter loved him very much, and was like, "This bitch is called Helm's Deep."
My daughter, I love you, I love you, I love you. This
Yeah.
name the place after me, please. Okay, Daddy. Okay, Daddy.
Yeah. Hera as a protagonist, like she has very clear motives. She's very noble. She cares viscerally for her house and for her people of Rohan, and she is a strong warrior, but she doesn't really become anything more than that by the end of the movie. I don't think they really knew what to do with her character, and that just kind of leaves you going like, oh, well then what was the point of telling her story if you're not going to tell her story? And yeah, that just kind of felt very disappointing. I really don't have too much to say anything more than that. Like the animation's very nice at times, but then there's sometimes where it's like it's very choppy. There's a lot of rotoscoping and a lot of CG elements, but otherwise it's an okay movie at best. Yeah, I gave it a 6. I was very disappointed.
Understand.
Yeah, yeah, man. It also is not surprising that now the movie's literally only been out for like 2 weeks and it's down to making thousands of dollars instead of millions. Yeah.
Oh yeah, not surprising. I don't know the Lord
Yeah.
of the Rings anime movie.
Yeah. All right, moving on from there, we have Craven the Hunter. Ooh boy.
Oh boy.
That was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
Wow, you was just going straight to it, huh?
Yeah.
Straight to it.
Words cannot describe how
Words not
confoundedly bad that
expressed.
movie is. It kind of sits in the same level as like Madam Web to me. Like just where every decision is baffling and was the wrong one. The script is all sorts of formulaic and choppy. It's bad. It's not about Craven the Hunter. He's not actually Craven. He's just a guy who happens to be named Sergei Kravinoff. Like it barely has anything to do with the Marvel character Craven the Hunter. Like this is just some script about some hunter who got powers, and like they were like, oh, what if his name was Craven?
What do you mean, bro? His name is literally Craven.
Yeah. The action is the only thing giving this above a 0 for me, because the action is occasionally pretty fun and brutal and violent, but most of the time it kind of just devolves into CG mess. Even like the little bit of an anti-hero message it's trying, or and like angle it's trying to hit in, it never works because it's always justifying Craven's kills. It's always justifying his kills, and anytime a character actually calls him out on his bad behavior, like it doesn't really work, because then that character just reverts into making bad decisions too. It's a very baffling movie. It's awful. All of the actors are terrible except for Russell Crowe. Um, by the way, you see like the jacket he's wearing in that picture there?
It's not in the movie.
It's the final shot of the movie.
Uh, so that's when it became more like
He
Craven the Hunter the movie.
he puts he puts the jacket on, sits in the chair, does that pose, and the movie ends.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, this movie's absolute garbage. It's terrible. It's not even like funny bad. It's just bad. It's not enjoyable like the Venom movies, and it's not funny bad like Madame Web or Morbius. Like it's just really really bad. Yeah, don't watch it. But it doesn't seem like you were gonna watch it anyway. I gave it a
No.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a 1.
But the Tony director said it wasn't that bad. He literally said it. Do you think he would lie?
Well, he's wrong.
Do you think he would lie?
Yes,
Why would he do that?
because it's his job.
I literally pay his bills, bro.
Oh,
I literally go
or
to the,
your dad is the CEO of Sony.
no. I literally go to the theater and buy and pay for his movies.
Oh,
Basically, paying for his bills. Basically, you know.
I know, dude. That movie is such fucking garbage. I was just sitting there, just going like, "Wow, they made this movie."
You spent money on this, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Moving on from Craven, we have Carry On,
Carry on my
which was
wayward son.
which was a surprisingly enjoyable Netflix movie.
Hey,
Yeah, Die Hard. It is not.
people were saying it
It
was
kind of is a bit. It is, huh?
people were saying it was Die Hard.
It, no, what he's saying is as good as Die Hard, but
Oh,
like
no, like concept
it's a Die
wise.
Hard ripoff. Yeah,
Oh, oh.
it's definitely a bit of a Die Hard ripoff, but
Except at an airport this time, right?
yeah, it's an airport. This movie feels a little more nonstop, which is funny
Yeah, I
because
was gonna
this
say
director
this.
also did
Nonstop.
nonstop.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
Good
it's a very predictable movie, but it's very entertaining. The direction's very good. The actors are pretty good all around, and the writing's actually pretty all right. Um, until one point where everyone is just dumb for like 20 minutes, and then suddenly people stop being dumb. But it's a weird one. I don't really have too much to say. It's a very silly movie, but it kind of allows it to be so, and it takes itself seriously, and I think that's what's able to kind of bring it back, and I enjoy it a little more. Um, yeah, but it's not as good as some of the movies that are like it. But as it is, it's a fine one. I enjoyed it. I gave it like a 7.
It was
You
good.
can watch worse on Netflix.
True.
You
Do
can
not
watch a
doubt
lot
that.
worse on Netflix.
This is a very true statement. Do not doubt his. Do not
Yeah.
doubt this.
Yeah, that's a 7 out of 10 movie right there. From that, we are going to go to Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Yeah,
Man.
where do we want to start with this one?
Well, we saw Sonic in prep to seeing this. First time
Yes,
for me
I
too.
I rewatched the Sonic movies, and you watched them for the first time
Yeah,
with me.
first time ever.
Yeah,
Yeah, hey, as they are, both Sonic movies. First one's kind of bad. Second
kind
one,
of.
yeah, kind of, yeah. It's a very generic fucking movie that doesn't really isn't really it's kind of like ashamed of being a Sonic
Yeah,
movie, and it tries
yeah,
to like veer away from that as far as it can, and is carried out by Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
Everyone has said this. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows it's true. It's very fucking true. Second movie is more embracive of the Sonic, energy because it's a Sonic movie.
Mm-hmm.
More embracive of that, but it's still held back by just the modern vanilla lingo that just makes it think like, hey, we can't go too far into Sonic movie because people are gonna think this is fucking lame. But thankfully, it does have the energy of a Sonic movie, and it's pretty good all around. Like, just I mean, just fine for the most part.
It's a solid movie.
It's a solid movie. It's got fun action. Tails and Knuckles are great overall.
Sonic is a good arc.
Sonic has a cool arc, and of course, Jim Carrey is the standout of the movie as always. And
Mm-hmm.
Super Sonic, I literally creamed. Super Sonic, baby. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 feels like the complete opposite of what held those two movies back. It is far more embracive of the Sonic elements.
Yep.
And for that, it is the best Sonic movie. And for that, it is a genuinely good fucking movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's really good.
it it's so much fun, and it is absolutely fucking silly. Like, it's a silly goddamn movie.
I mean, it's based off Sonic Adventure 2, probably the fucking
Yeah.
silliest Sonic game ever. Probably.
Well,
I know they're sillier, but like, damn,
We can have that debate another time.
it's a really
But
silly fucking game. But I love it.
yeah, but it's a really silly game. But this movie completely embraces, as you said, like the Sonic the Hedgehogness of it
Hmm.
by just straight up adapting Sonic Adventure 2.
Straight up.
Just straight up
Yeah.
doing Sonic Adventure
You know,
2.
you're missing some people and whatnot, but
Yeah,
for what it is,
yeah. I
straight
mean,
up,
not straight up. It's like slightly adapting Sonic Adventure 2,
we're
but it's taking
missing
a lot of beats from it.
we're missing about like 75% of the cast from Sonic Adventure
Yeah.
2. That's what I mean.
But yeah, it's still doing the Sonic things, and this movie, it feels like they were waiting to make this one in particular.
Yeah.
Like they were kind of testing. Like the first movie's like, okay, can we get people to believe in Sonic? Okay, we got it. Second movie, okay, can we throw in Tails and Knuckles and people don't go, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, we can. Can we? And then the third movie's, okay, now we've got you. Here's all the Sonic shit. Here's all the fucking crazy Sonic bullshit. Here's fucking secret organizations, super old Eggmen, dead children, alien
Sing on
from
the
outer
moon.
space, pissing on the moon, aliens from outer space. Like, we're doing it all.
Shadow and a bike. Oh my god, he's got a gun.
Yeah,
Super Hedgehog battle. Ah!
yeah. And it is fucking awesome.
Glorious.
Like, it's glorious. It's a genuinely good, strong movie. And like, I don't know how to like. I'm genuinely like, even like we saw this movie over a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still like
I'm
puzzled
still
by
pretty
it.
floored by it. Yeah.
Like I'm floored that this movie's like as good as it is.
I mean, to quote the meme, this shit means something to me, man.
Yeah, that shit means something to me,
I
man.
mean, it's weird. As a like
Like,
longtime Sonic fan, on and off, because Sonic was,
yeah,
it's really had a lot of fucking downs, a lot of downs.
a lot of downs.
It's a battered
Sonic
franchise.
fans will tell you.
Yeah,
Sonic
it's
fans will tell you how fucking battered they are.
a fucking battered franchise, and it's
Yeah.
in like the two movies, it didn't feel like the cutbacks that we thought, although they really gave Sonic a good name recognition that it needed for a while. But like since the games have been like so damaging for like so fucking long, especially after '06, literally almost killed the whole franchise.
They're still feeling their ramifications. Like they still are like, that's a black eye to them that never healed. Like they
Never.
still to this
Again,
day have not recovered from Sonic '06, and they will never forget it.
it almost killed Sonic. Probably almost fucking killed Sega for all I know. You know?
No, it didn't do that, but it definitely like it hurt Sonic, like the Sonic franchise up until like Generations and Colors, maybe even up until the point of like fucking Sonic Mania. Like the franchise was infinitely hurt by Sonic
Here's
06.
the thing.
Every game after it suffered.
Here's the thing. Sonic was the face of Sega. That's like Mario failing for Nintendo.
Yeah.
So that's how like
Yeah.
that's how drastic it might have been
Yeah.
at that point. So it's
Yeah.
like
So yeah, I think it is probably safe to say it wasn't until like Sonic Mania.
yeah.
Like, you have Colors and Generation, but then you're immediately followed that by fucking like Boom. And then Forces after that.
Oh god.
So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, Mania brought a little bit of hope throughout like Sonic as the games are still viable.
Yeah.
The movie was like, oh shit, it's gonna be really bad because the trailer with the fucking
The
shitty
design,
Sonic face.
that shitty ass Sonic design.
I think that decision might have just single-handedly just saved the Sonic franchise as a whole when they changed the design.
Entirely.
It might have just it just saved the whole franchise, like the games and the movies.
Yeah.
So it's like really nice to see all that pay off into like a really great Sonic movie, like a really great Sonic movie, a Sonic movie, the third one of all things, you know. It's just really mind blowing, you know. I can't believe it. And the
They
game
played Live and Learn.
they played Live and Learn. What the fuck, man? You know,
Yeah.
not even Sonic X played Live and Learn.
Yeah.
They should have, motherfucker.
Like the Team Sonic dynamics, like that was all really fun. Like, and Shadow.
Shadow. He's cool in this movie.
Our boy Shadow the motherfucking hedgehog.
Isn't he fucking cool?
He is all that he is, all that he is.
Yeah.
Like
Keanu,
Keanu
he's a
is
choice.
Keanu. Keanu is Keanu. It is what it is.
Would have been my first choice, but alright.
No, but as it is Keanuing it up, and he tried,
Try it.
which is more than I can say. But
He didn't.
like,
He didn't blow it.
but on top, but I think like what's more impressive is that Shadow's character is actually fleshed out,
Yeah.
and they did him justice. Like the Marina and Shadow stuff actually like hits. Like it feels right,
Mm. Yeah.
and the movie gets a little darker than you would expect it to get, as it should. If you're like any Sonic fan who knows Shadow's story knows it should get dark, but
Yeah,
if
and
you
it
think about it
gets.
from like if you think about it from like an objective perspective of like an outside observer who does not fucking know anything about Sonic, and they're walking into this, and you have like Shadow and Maria's story, like it gets darker than you would expect for a film like this.
Yeah. Well, although of course I do believe they still kind of like powered out of them shooting the little girl. I do believe that, but it's not a bad. It's not. It doesn't take away from the movie or and what they were trying to do. You know. I suppose they could
They
only
still
get so
killed. They
far.
still killed the kid.
They still
Yeah.
killed the kid, but they shot her in the back, man. Should have shot her in the back. Ugh. It's fine. Again, it's not bad. It still hits
Yeah.
hard seeing her die because the
Yeah.
relationship was good between both of them,
Yeah.
as
It
we
was
saw
cute.
it. It was cute. Yeah. Yeah. It was friends being friends. Coulter.
Yeah. Kids being kids.
Yeah, and
They
and
were.
like you said, it takes it so seriously. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
If we were still in the mentality of like Sonic, the first Sonic movie, it probably wouldn't have been as serious.
Yeah.
Probably would
Would have
have.
been definitely a little more jokey.
Yeah. Like yeah, they go there. They go to places where they need to,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's great.
Yeah. On top of that, like the movie's just like with each movie, Jeff Fowler as a director has just stepped up further and further.
Oh
Like
yeah, this movie.
he's directed this better than he directed the last movie, which is like he directed Sonic 2 better than he did Sonic 1. So it's
Sonic
like
One looks like
the
shit.
man's just getting better. Yeah, it's hard to watch Sonic 1 now
Yeah,
because it's like we've come so far.
like the action is so much better. Like fucking hell, man.
The sense of speed from Sonic is really great.
Speed, and not only that, but Tom Holkenberg actually like steps it up in here for like a good 10
Yeah,
minutes.
as a composer,
Yeah,
the music in this, and part of it is just the fact that they played Live and Learn like over and over and over.
it is.
But it is that. But like even then, as a score, he actually puts a little more effort into
Yeah,
it here.
he actually like kind of it wasn't just the guy that they hired to just sounds in the movie,
Yeah,
which is his fucking job at this point.
yeah. Uh, yeah, I do think that one of my issues is I think I would have liked to have a little more of Team Sonic, like Knuckles and Tails all together. It does get very Sonic heavy towards the end there.
Could have been longer, bro. To at that end, I don't know.
Yeah, because this movie's shorter than Sonic 2 was.
Honestly, I'm saying I want it to be longer because I just want more. I just want more, and I'm sad I have to wait so long for
3 years,
Sonic 4.
yeah. 3 years for
Oh my
Sonic 4.
god, I can't handle it.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the Robotniks. Jim Carrey and Jim Carrey.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, it's like that's a given right now, this one, right?
Yeah,
It's a given.
like they're great, but like I think it's worth noting that like Jim Carrey is almost like doubly funny as Gerald Robotnik.
Yeah.
Like there's some jokes in there that just killed us.
Who would have thought that Jim Carrey has good chemistry with Jim Carrey? Yeah, I wouldn't have thought,
Yeah. But man, just like there's just some like that, specifically that final act.
Yeah.
There is shit in there that I couldn't believe that I was watching.
Like, wait, what is this? I can't believe it.
Like there's just oh
And yeah, see, this movie also just goes so much into like taking it so seriously that even Jim Carrey goes serious up too. He gets serious too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like I had a similar feeling watching this that I had when I was watching the Mario movie. Where it was kind of just like this holy shit, I didn't think I'd ever get to see this. Right? And that's exciting. But it's also like there's shit in this movie that hits harder because of the rest of the movie that you watched. Because everything was built up to this. Like, I mean, it's fuck it, we can spoil it. Like, the fact that they do the Sonic Adventure 2 dap up, but they pair it with Live and Learn, and the dap up turns them into Super Sonic and Super Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
That shit means something to me, man.
That ain't the coolest thing ever. I don't know what the fuck is.
Yeah. Like, just the fact that we even got Super Shadow in this.
And then they had a really awesome fight.
And they had a
with it.
a little too short, but a kick-ass fight.
Kick-ass fight, a whole fucking Dragon Ball fight.
Yeah, a whole ass Dragon Ball fight. Like, literally turning the fucking Earth into Namek, dog.
I'm gonna mod Sonic into Sparking Zero when I'm done with this.
I'll do it myself.
Do it myself.
Yeah. But, like, just to have Super Sonic and Super Shadow fighting each other, but then to have them team up, to have Live and Learn blasting in the background as they do the fucking Sonic Adventure 2 pose. Like, Jesus Christ.
We've come so
Like,
far.
I'm not like a huge Sonic fan. I know enough to be dangerous, but I'm not like, there's a certain extent that my Sonic fandom stops at, and that's probably like Sonic Colors.
Yeah, I've been a Sonic fan since I was a child, so it's
same,
really weird to see.
same. But to be like specifically to be a Sonic fan from the early 2000s, there's shit in there that like I'm gonna say it again, like it fucking means something to me, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like how cool it is, how it just dropped my fucking jaw to the ground at multiple points, because it was just like, I can't believe I'm fucking watching this right now. Like, and that end credit scene too.
Oh my god, no, you can't.
Holy
you can't have
shit.
me. You can't always 3 more years,
You
bro.
can't tease you like that.
You can't.
Yeah, to fucking tease Metal Sonic and Amy, bro.
So unfair.
Holy
You
shit.
can't do this to me.
It's so unfair.
You cannot do this to me.
Once this movie goes to digital, bro, I'm gonna watch it like 10 times over. Like, it's just...
never thought I'd be, dude. I never thought I'd be so happy to see fucking Amy of all people.
Of all characters from Sonic.
Of all characters,
I mean, Amy is like definitively probably the most popular female character in all of Sonic.
Yeah.
Like, that's an important character. That's like the last character of like the main team that we've been missing.
Yeah. I just never been like, not like I'm not an Amy fan. It's just always been like, yeah, Amy's there, of course, and whatever.
Yeah, it's like, oh, Amy's always been there.
I've never been hyped for Amy the way I was hyped for Amy in this movie.
But like, holy shit, Amy's there. Holy shit. Yeah.
Like, I've been more hyped for Blaze the Cat than I've been hyped for Amy. I mean, if fucking Blaze shows up in the next movie, I'm gonna
yeah. You're gonna tweak.
I'm gonna tweak, bro.
Yeah. But like, the fact that we've gotten 3 Sonic movies that are as good as they are
And successful.
and successful, it
It
shows that like you can
Mufasa.
Mufasa's kind of beating it right now.
Is it?
But
Oh, shit.
yeah, unfortunately. But like, the fact that like, this is what happens when you fully respect your source material.
Yup. Do not be ashamed of what you do.
And it helps. This is probably was personal for the director, because he worked on the CG cutscenes for Shadow the Hedgehog.
Hmm.
Yeah, like, he was an animator on that, because when he worked at Blur Studio, one of his first jobs was doing the CG cutscenes for Shadow the Hedgehog.
Do it.
So like, there's stuff in there that he said like he had to put in, like the shot of Sonic like trying to pick himself up and then falling over. Like, that is specific. That's shot for shot the end of the intro cutscene to fucking Shadow the Hedgehog.
It's nuts.
Yeah, like having them do the dap up, the fucking pose. Like, there's little things. They're playing Live and Learn. Like, man,
It's great. Can't believe it. You know.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, man. Like, it's insane. Especially with like, because I know after 2 you were like, all right, yeah, I'm ready for 3.
Yeah. I was
And
ready
then
for 3.
And after 3 was over, you were like, "Fuck, man, why'd you get me into these movies?"
Listen to me, and I have to wait. No, I can't. I can't wait. I can't wait 3 years.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm most for this name, the fucking Batman 2. It's just never coming
that's
out.
crazy.
This is
The
never
movie
coming.
that doesn't exist.
It's
The movie that doesn't exist, and I'm
never
sad that it
coming
doesn't
out.
exist.
I'm happy that I live in the world where I'm guaranteed to get Sonic 3, Sonic 4,
Yeah,
than Beyond the Spider-Verse.
yeah.
Necessary
Oh,
sacrifice,
don't say
but it
that.
is what.
Don't say that.
Yeah, it's more
Oh, I
guaranteed.
need Beyond the Spider Verse, bro.
I'm sorry, this is the guarantee now. Sonic 4 for the win, baby.
Yeah. But yeah, that I'm at an 8 out of 10 for Sonic
I
3.
am also at it.
I kind of love this movie.
I love it. I am also at an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, this movie's fucking awesome. It's
Fucking
rad as shit.
awesome. It's so cool, bro.
Yeah. All
They
right.
should make
From
stories. They should make stories about this moment.
This is a moment in history. Take a picture. Yeah. All right. Moving on from Sonic 3, we have Nosferatu,
Nosferatu.
as Willem Dafoe would have said in this movie. The vampire.
The-
Nosferatu.
Ah, yeah. I'm glad that you picked the image where he goes crazy for no reason whatsoever.
I picked this image because the only logo I could find was the all black one, and any image of actual Nosferatu was just like you could not see the logo.
No, what if you I don't know, what if you got the old, like the original one, just like
I could have tried. It would have been fun. Yeah.
it would have been fun. Hey, Nosferatu.
So, I'll start this off
All right, yeah.
by saying that I am a massive fan of Robert Eggers,
Same.
the director of this film here. I've loved his last 2 films, The Lighthouse and The Northman. So the second I heard of this movie existed, it kind of shot the top of my list of most anticipated movies of the year. This was my most anticipated movie of the year, and it's kind of fitting that it came out at the end of the year.
What in Christmas too? What a
Yeah, it
gift.
came out on Christmas. What a gift. Yeah, it's really, really good.
No surprise there.
No surprise, it's really, really good. But I kind of think this might be his worst movie. I think it's his most it's his most mainstream movie. And I think the fact that people are reacting to this by going, "Oh my god, it's so weird." Like, "Oh, why is it so horny?" And I'm like, you know nothing of Robert Eggers then.
You know nothing.
You have never seen a film of his, have you? This is your first one, huh?
You know nothing.
You know nothing like I do. All right, I've seen The Lighthouse. I've seen The Northman. I know of The Vivitch.
You don't know where.
All right? You don't know what I've seen. You don't know how much masturbation I've seen.
I've been in the trenches with his movies.
Yeah. But that being said, like, this is, as mainstream movies go, this maybe is like the most weird you can get for a conventional mainstream horror movie.
Sure is.
Yeah. But it's really, really good. I was unsurprised by how good it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you also saw this too, so you get to talk a little about
I
it
did
too.
also see it. I really, really like Nosferatu, the vampire. Nosferatu. Yeah, I really like that. I thought it was super great, super awesome, super interesting take on Dracula in a not Dracula, Nosferatu, the vampire character herself.
Well, it is Dracula, yeah.
Yeah, Dracula. Okay, just
It is a take on Dracula, yeah.
I had
Because
two.
originally the original Nosferatu film was an adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula,
Yeah,
but they never got the rights to it, so they had to literally change the names.
I actually do want to read that book like down the line because it's.
I want to watch the original 1929 movie. Is that
yeah,
what it is?
22.
I want to watch the silent movie, and then I want to watch the remake of it from the 70s,
Yeah,
which is the one that most people think of is the remake from the 70s.
I did try to see the classic, the original.
The silent movie.
Yeah, silent movie. It's not anything wrong with it. I just didn't have the patience to watch it at the moment because it's my first silent movie. So it's a step-by-step process as to like really getting used to it. Again, there was nothing wrong with it. I just didn't have the patience to watch it at that moment. I kind of wanted to watch Squid Game season 2, to be honest.
Oh my god.
And
That is the most Zoomer shit I've ever heard you say.
it is, it's unfortunate, but it is what happened. I was in the mood for Squid Game season 2, and I did see the first episode of that. But I did see like 20 minutes of the original Nosferatu, and it was really funny seeing this movie in the theater and like really like noticing the scenes that I did see in the first movie to
Yeah.
the beginning of this movie. I was like, oh, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen.
Oh, by
Okay.
the way, the original's from 1922.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, it's 1922.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's old as fuck. Also, uh, I saw the colored version. I wasn't really digging the colored version because it's kind of it's like they're throwing paint.
Why would you? Why
It's all I could
they
do.
made a color
Yeah,
version?
the main color version. It doesn't look very good. I don't recommend watching that version.
Why?
It's on
No, it
Amazon.
looks so much better in black and white.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. I tried to watch it. It was just so unnerving to my eyes. I could not. No.
Yeah, no, I
It, wa-
would not want to watch it in color.
yeah, and it wasn't even good color. It was like worn out colors that was trying to stick to the camera, but it could not.
I wonder if I wonder if there was if they were just trying to like use the old prints and try to like, huh?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But like, yeah, that was the
Oh,
only.
oh, and the only way to watch it on Amazon
Yeah,
without
that,
paying for it
yeah,
is
yeah, that was it. So
using
that's what I
color.
was
That's
sticking with. But
stupid.
yeah, but no, I'm gonna try to watch the original black and white one too,
Yeah,
for the sake of my eyes.
right.
But yeah, as I was watching this movie in the beginning, I was recognizing the scenes that were in the first 20 minutes of the first movie. So that was pretty cool. But after that, it was uncharted territory. I had no idea what was happening. And the stuff that was afterwards, I doubt that it was in the original movie because it was very much a Robert Egger esque,
Yeah,
like the
This is a Robert Eggers version
yeah
of
yeah
Nosferatu.
no doubt about it. Like the fucking no spoilers, right? Just
Yeah, yeah. This movie's a little too new.
Okay, okay. Just keeping in light, there is a scene where a group of people are outside and there's a naked woman on a horse. That was very much
Yep, just real Robert Eggers
that
type
was
shit. Yeah.
Robert Eggers type shit. It was fucking
Well,
weird. And
because he's very obsessed with like historical like accuracy, and that's all of his movies are like that. They're very obsessed with like the accuracy of the time, and he very much pays attention to those details, and like weird shit like that is just shit you would have seen at that time.
yeah, maybe if you were like a religious salad person,
Yeah,
which is what it was. Yeah, this movie's fucking creepy. Like
yeah, it's weird.
I'm used to it. Of course, I've seen weirder. The Lighthouse is top tier weird, no joke.
Yeah,
But like, this movie does edge up into being pretty fucking weird, and I love it. I love every second
yeah.
of it being trippy, and just like using the camera. And
It feels like a dream.
it feels like a dream, which is hey, that's kind of like the point of what we're going for. Yeah, my favorite sequences of the movie were in a certain castle with a certain person. That was like my favorite stuff in the movie, where it was being really, really fucking weird and creepy.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, and
And so I think that's the only time. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
oh,
But
go ahead.
I think that's the only time for me that Orlok himself was actually creepy to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think we can talk about that a little
yeah,
more in a bit.
yeah. I would agree with that. Yeah, but it was just like using the like just like it feels like the castle itself was like a haunted like place.
Yeah,
It wasn't just Orlok himself doing weird
it felt
shit.
like a different movie for a minute.
Yes. But yeah, what really sold it is just like the visuals, the creative ways that you would have the Nicholas Holt's character wake up from sequences and Nicholas Holt himself acting the fuck out of those scenes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You could practically fucking hear his pants being wet. Like you'd practically hear him pissing himself. Like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, God, get the fuck out of here. Please let me leave. No, you get
Please let me go home.
no, you
And
cannot.
Bill Skarsgård, dude. I don't know where he went to find that voice, but like he looked nothing like himself, and he sounded nothing like himself.
I think he might be like an actual creature, like
Chameleon.
that could just like just a chameleon that could just transform into like whatever creature you give him. I think that's just might be him. He just might be like an actual
Yeah.
creature of the night.
Yeah.
He literally turned into Orlok for the movie, and they say
Yeah.
yeah we'll pay you for that if he's in colors.
And some people are very very not turned off, but like very confused as to his look. Because it's not conformist to what people, because everybody knows what Nosferatu is. Everybody has that image of Nosferatu,
Yeah.
and or Orlok, I should say, Count Orlok, and like compare that to what you see in this film. Nothing like any version of him you've ever
Yeah,
seen.
look, I kind of did have that expression, that like impression of him at first when I saw him. I was like,
Yeah,
you don't look much like the guy.
yeah.
But as I thought about it, I was like, okay, to be more,
It probably looks a little more accurate to what he would have looked at in that period of time.
yeah, maybe. I was thinking, I was like imagining more of like, okay, to like actually like be more, I guess, faithful to like the period in time, you would kind of look at this like with the mustache too.
Yeah,
Yeah, because if like it's like a guy that just he looks kind of like a
yeah.
Russian like soldier.
So it's funny you say that because the original stories that the folklore that vampires even exist from, and specifically Dracula with Vlad the Impaler, who was a real man, he
Mhm.
had that kind of look. He had that mustache,
Yeah.
the coat and stuff, the kind of like the fucked up skin, like a lot of like the stuff we think of with vampires come from that man. That was like a real folklore.
Yeah.
So like
So
if you're drawing from a lot of that, you're gonna naturally get to the conclusion of what Orlok looks like in this movie.
so it's really cool because as like since given that the original Orlok looked like a creature of the night,
Yeah,
this one looks like a guy like that's like kind of looks
yeah,
fucked up.
yeah.
And
But
what I
he
like,
is still a vampire.
he is still a vampire, of course.
Yeah,
And what's cool about it is that this is Robert Eggers' first like take on a creature that's like
yeah,
killing people. And
yeah.
I think he did a
Looks like
really
a
good.
traditional monster movie.
And so
Yeah,
yeah, I think he did a really good job portraying like having that thing be portrayed, especially someone who's pretty intelligent, like and like talks
hmm,
has like his own personality and motivations that aren't just, oh, I want to kill people. Like this is
yeah.
kind of he's kind of a simp.
Yeah. I do feel like he's kind of lost in the movie a little bit. I don't like one of my issues with the movies. I think you see too much of him, but also one of my issues is that I don't feel like there's enough Orlok in this movie.
Mm,
If that makes any, I feel like an easy. So I think because one of my issues with this movie is that with his design, part of the horror of him is supposed to be that he looks freaky, and then he looks creepy. But I think the most effective stuff with him is the stuff where you don't see him as much, where he's confined in shadow, or he's kind of backlit a little weirdly, or he's like out of focus just a bit. Like I think of that shot on the dinner table where he's drinking the wine or whatever, and he's just out of focus. Like there's a lot more oddness to that look and that like that fear of like the unknown a little bit.
yeah.
That I think is a little more striking and hits a little harder than what you get towards the end of the movie, where you see him completely lit like a lot, and a lot of that kind of loses its
I
tension
would
or its
I
fear.
would agree with that, but I think that the best case the movie makes for like showing him the most is when he's showing himself to the girl, the main girl.
Yeah, to Ellen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I guess that might be the point where he is showing himself to that person, someone he like
yeah,
loves and cares for. So that is the best
yeah,
case of the movie showing him the most because he's showing himself to her. But I would agree that it's that you could have avoided that for like other cases, like
yeah.
maybe you didn't as I suppose. Okay, it gets into spoilers. I'm gonna drop it there. I was gonna mention something, but I'm just gonna leave it there because spoilers. So.
Yeah, because I was gonna say he has like a bit of a long legs effect to me, where like the more I saw him, the more desensitized I was to him.
He's way better than Long Legs though.
Oh, sure, but like the point being is that like I became desensitized to the look.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was so creepy because of the way he talked and like moved, like his
yeah.
fucking hands.
Skarsgård's performance is incredible.
How does
Like
he?
he's great in this. He disappears entirely.
How does he do this?
How does he get so deep to talk like this
So
for 2 hours and 12 minutes?
so deep and so loud.
And the way he breathes, like when he has those breaths where he's like, I talk to this. it almost sounds like it hurts to breathe.
Exactly, he's in pain.
Yeah.
Which,
It's a lot of great creative choices that like create kind of like a creepy person. Which is where like I think what you're talking like I kind of agree like the most effective part of the movie is that like haunted house part of it at the beginning with Nicholas Hoult in the castle because it's just like it's the most creepy it ever gets.
yeah. Because if you're like if you're someone who's not like really know what the movie is, like who the fuck
Yep.
Nosferatu is in the original, that would like really that would probably fuck with you. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is going on?
Oh yeah. Yeah. The film is just a general technical masterpiece. Like the film. I've always admired something I admire and I love about Robert Eggers is the way he chooses to shoot. Everything is locked off, always. You notice that all of his shots are always locked off and still. It's all about like
Yeah.
the slow and swift movement. It's not about like shaking the camera or getting real close. It's just like how still can I keep this? And I think
Yeah.
that's something that's so brilliant about his filmmaking.
And I love the switches from black to like color to like to the black and white. So you need the way it's done.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's also got a pretty great cast of characters. Willem Dafoe right there, going nuts. For some reason, I did not. Listen, nothing but
Yeah, I don't really get what he was about in that
yeah,
moment, that specific moment. I don't really
it's
get it.
yeah. I was really digging the character too because he was like pretty cool.
Yeah,
And
he's supposed to be Van Helsing.
he's supposed to be Van Helsing.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep.
Hashtag not my Van Helsing. Hugh Jackman, baby.
Oh my god, I knew you were gonna say him.
It's the best Van Helsing there ever was. Can't say otherwise. But yeah, I swear I was really digging his character. Um, and I still did at the end. It was just really like weird. It's like they had Willem Dafoe on screen, so they had to have him go crazy because it's Willem Dafoe, and that's his thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what it felt like. Like I don't really know why that happened. And then after that, he was like normal in the end. So fucking weird. um, yeah, I also like the like just the overall build up of like Orlok coming
Mm-hmm.
to Germany. Just
Yeah.
how all that was done because it was like an impending threat that was driving you know a few people crazy, and then seeing
Yeah.
the effect of Orlok's general evil and power affecting the people
Yeah.
and even characters, major characters too. It's like, oh man, shit, it's serious here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's even cooler about it, it was just for some puss.
Yeah. I will say, I don't know about this to you, but I do think the movie's a bit too long. Because it's 212. I think some of the middle act is a bit dragged out.
You know, I'll say there are probably too many scenes of the girl tweaking out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of.
There's a couple redundancies in there, a little repetitiveness. Like I don't think I needed like 4 or 5 different scenes of like her tweaking out in the bed and then having Seavers come in to check on her and just repeat the same thing.
If you're gonna have that, maybe cut the scenes of her talking to her friend so much, because there's like at least 5 scenes of
Well,
them fucking walking in the beach.
I don't I don't think necessarily it's that. I think because those are important to that character and that relationship. You
Of
cut
course.
some of those, you kind of lose a little bit of that. But I
Maybe
think
don't cut him off.
just the
Just I guess
just yeah,
I say don't cut him. Just I guess like implement them together.
or trim them a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out like the
Because I think it is just the repetitiveness of like her tweaking.
which I mean by the way it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
She's the good job to be
So
actress.
I've never been a fan of Lily Rose Depp. I've just never been. I don't know. I've never been impressed by her. Yeah, she's really good in
Yeah,
this.
take that back.
Yeah, she's really good in this.
Yeah, particularly when she was like she went full
Really tweaking.
yeah, when she went full
Yeah.
exorcist, like the
Yeah.
fucking possessed
Or
girl.
it looks like she's trying. Yeah, or it looks like she's trying to like fucking dislocate her own jaw.
Oh yeah, the voice she put on throughout when
Yeah.
she was like,
Yeah.
I destroy your vocal cords.
Shit. I guess that's what it's like being the daughter of Johnny Depp.
There you go.
You're just able to pick up on voices. Which, by the way, to anybody who doesn't know, she's basically the main character of this movie.
Basically, yeah.
It's kind of told through her perspective. Like it's she gets like the most development, I would say, as a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine.
I,
There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what they were going for in the beginning. So
Yeah.
I believe it.
Just anybody thinking this is the Nicholas Holt show, you can stop that right there.
It's there for the casual sequence, and then that's it.
Yeah. For the setup of the story and how things get rolling, the plot gets moving. But yeah, it's really the Lily Rose Depp show.
Pretty sure that's what the original was too. So
Yeah.
pretty sure. I don't know. I only saw 20 minutes of it.
Yeah.
In ugly color mode. Do not recommend. It's bad for your eyes.
I'm not gonna do that.
It is bad for your eyes.
The more I'm like, why would that ever exist?
I don't know, man. I thought it would, but I thought it would look good, but it didn't look good. It looked bad.
Yeah.
It was like a brown stain on paper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know how much more I can say here. I mean, the movie's really, really good. It's great, honestly.
Yeah,
but
I love it. I love it a lot.
yeah, I don't know. There's just quite a bit about it I don't like, and I definitely want to watch it again
Same.
before I can like fully, explain what it is I'm even feeling.
I also want to
about
watch
the movie.
I also want to watch The Witch. Just got to get it done finally.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I gotta watch The Witch. Yeah, I gotta watch that so I can just finally say like I've seen his filmography.
I am a Robert Eggers enthusiastic fan. Yeah,
Oh,
baby.
absolutely! I am #1 Robert Eggers fan.
Not officially. We haven't seen The Witch yet.
That's true.
Not officially. Okay.
That's true.
I'll strip you of your title and myself of this title.
I am
Heretic.
very big Robert Eggers fan.
I will watch this next movie.
100%. Day one. I am sad
I'll watch this comedy movie.
that he said he'll never make.
Liar, you made it for the Lighthouse. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. I gave it an 8.5.
I'm at a 8.5 or 9. That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. All right. How much left we got here? Next one up is A Different Man.
You didn't cover this
I
yet.
think I put this one here because I totally forgot about it when I was setting everything up in here. I didn't forget to make this. Like I forgot. I knew was going to talk about the movie, but then I totally forgot to put it in this list here when we were doing it or when I was setting it up. So I went fuck, and I just like very, very frantically added it in. Anyway, A Different Man is a really good movie. Essentially just kind of like a character piece of like straight up it's basically a movie. It's watching a man go insane.
Relatable.
Literally just watching a man go fucking insane over like a lot of things.
A side egg.
So it's a man played by Sebastian Stan who goes through a medical procedure to drastically transform his appearance. But the new face that he has very quickly turns to a nightmare when he eventually meets a man played by Adam Pearson here. His name is Oswald, who has the same kind of, I guess, condition that he had, but it's not hithering him like it did Sebastian Stan. In fact, Oswald is fucking awesome. He's charming, he's funny, he's got a great personality, he's nice to be around, he's got great ideas. He's a good creative, and he's a good old lad. He's a great guy. And that rocks fucking, Sebastian Stan's character to his fucking core. And it's basically just watching a movie about straight jealousy. Just straight fucking jealousy.
You're supposed to be miserable.
Literally, you copied my whole flow, but it's literally like, but you're doing it better than me.
Hey, you're supposed to be miserable.
How dare you do it better than me?
The fuck? I want to kill you.
Yeah, it's a very good character study. A lot of subtext that's not subtle, but
It's just text.
it's just text. But what's surprising about it is just how good the directing is and how much detail there is in it. They very much take advantage of the fact that it's a film, doing a lot of visual storytelling and a lot of stuff that, like the audience, to steal something from Red Letter Media, you didn't notice it, but your brain did. Sebastian Stan is absolutely fucking phenomenal in this. I think he should be up in the running as well for Best Actor, but my guess is he won't be up for anything.
I know it's just considered horror. Probably not then, right?
No, this is a drama. This is a straight drama.
Okay.
It's honestly more of a black comedy. I would probably call it more that.
You said he won't be up for anything. It's because of the Trump movie.
It's because of the Apprentice. Yeah,
Uh, that's a
yeah,
shame.
it sure is. But otherwise, yeah, the movie's really really good. My biggest issues with it are I think the script is a little stretched thin. The movie's about just under 2 hours. I think it could have been cut at about like an hour 40. Um, and I think the ending itself is a bit much. It's honestly goes into the realm of unbelievability, and that's kind of just it. Kind of just ends the movie in a place where I'm like, oh, well, I don't really appreciate how this all finished out. Because it gets to a point where like any natural person would go like, no, no more of this guy, and then it keeps going for like 10 more minutes,
Oh, damn it.
and it keeps escalating. So it's like, yeah, no. But yeah, otherwise, really, really good movie. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Yep. All right. From there, we have A Complete Unknown. So,
My
A
God.
Complete Unknown is the Bob Dylan biopic directed by James Mangold. Uh, I'll cut straight to the chase. I think this movie's good, but not great.
Damn.
My biggest issue with it is that it's a very formulaic and squeaky clean movie, which doesn't contrast with what the movie tries to tell us about Bob Dylan as a musician. The movie tells us that Bob Dylan is a contrarian and a nonconformist person in general, generally like artist-wise, he's nonconformist, who wanted to do his own thing and felt discouraged by how everyone wanted him to just conform and be molded. Which, when the film allows him to be on his own, it kind of just leads to being, kind of a, how do I say, it ends up feeling very formulaic, and the structure almost feels like it's going against what it's trying to say, and it doesn't really go any deeper than like the surface level either.
So like in the event of the movie of the Bob Dylan himself trying to be like a new kind of like artist, the movie is kind of like
Yeah,
very samey despite that.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
It's taking the conventional approach at trying to tell the story of a very unconventional man, and I think it's not better off for it. The film has some pretty good moments throughout. I did like its first half a lot more than its second half. This movie's like 2.5 hours, and I definitely enjoyed the first half more. Um, I enjoyed the performances overall and some of the more juicy stuff that they get into at some points in the movie. Particularly how the film depicts Bob Dylan and Joan Baez's very tumultuous relationship. I liked Elle Fanning in the movie, but I think her role was underwritten. The character just kind of cycles, and it just doesn't work. It just really doesn't work. Um, Mangold directs the shit out of it. Cinematography's great as well, but the movie just wasn't working for me. You know, compared to how it is for many others. Um, but it is a good movie. I can say for certain it's a good movie, but I just wasn't enthused with it at all.
Good
Yeah,
movie.
I give it like a 7.
All right. Oh man,
Yeah, it's a good one.
this is the James Mangold fall off. No,
No, I don't think we're there, but it is a
no,
it is a good one.
we're not on Taika
Yeah.
level yet.
No.
Never forget. Never forget.
Yeah, never forget. All right, from there on, I think this is our last movie. Is Rebel
Oh
Ridge?
my god, I kind of forgot about this one. I'm gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
All right, Rebel Ridge. All right, so hey, I wasn't expecting much out of Rebel Ridge. I really know what to expect. I don't know what to expect. I saw it on my Netflix library for a long time. Just every time I browsed through, I saw it there and like just never give it much thought. Um, but since I hadn't seen many movies this year, I thought, hey, why not give it a shot? So then I saw it. Rebel Ridge is it's a very fun, it's a very, it's a very fun thriller. It's a thriller for the most part. It is an action thriller. There is action for very little of it, so it's mostly a thriller.
Mm-hmm.
It's about But again, into many spoilers, it's about this guy right here. I believe his name is Terry, if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
mistaken. Terry right there, going into this old town in a little part of the south, I think. Going to bail his cousin out. That is until he is hit by a police car behind him as he is riding his bike because he could not hear them. He had his AirPods on.
Mm.
And for that, they take his money out of suspicion of it being drug money. And after that, he has to figure out a way to get that money back so he can free his cousin before it's too late. And through this, he uncovers a very dark secret, quote unquote secret, within the small town which he has found himself in, because it is a very corrupt town with very corrupt people and corrupt cops. And it is up to him and the girl behind him, I forget her name, to uncover and expose this little conspiracy, this little corruption, and you know, be done with it, do some good. Yeah, the movie goes along its way to really explain how the town came to be this way, and you know the steps that they have to take, the dangers behind it, the struggles that they are going through, and you know you really do get behind these two characters, Terry and the girl behind them. I forget her name. I'm sorry. The actress too. Yeah, the movie takes care to really get you to care for them. It's a very cool relationship. There's some nice chemistry between the actors and characters. It's very well written. It's intense at times too. The movie because you know it's they're very much outnumbered and not entirely you know they don't have the advantage that they have. All that they really have is Taya right there who used to be kind of a special forces. Actually, I'm not gonna say anything there. It's kind of a big deal there. He has a
Mm.
particular set of skills. I'll say that.
Oh, of course he does.
Has a particular set of skills. And with that, it's actually pretty unique. How I wouldn't call the action in this movie unique. It's just an interesting take of not having it be as bombastic as you might think it would be, and with that, they get pretty creative as to how they have Terry handle situations.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave it at that because I am a fan of the action in this movie and the way it's done. Because it's in a way different, but not crazy. But I appreciate like what they were trying to do in it. You know.
Mm.
Um.
Right.
Yeah, and the movie has a little group of scumbags. You might see a few of them in this very image right here.
Mm.
Pretty. You know, a few of them are kind of comical too, but they, they they get the point across as to you know why some of them are the way they are, particularly the main bad guy, the main antagonist, who you know as to why the way he is, how he plans things out, has contingencies to certain things, doesn't really want to get into too much trouble because sometimes he knows there are things that he cannot handle, so he has to you know be a little political on the way there, really plan things ahead, give alternatives out to some people, and he has the power to fuck people over too, because he is top dog in a town that is very corrupt.
Mm.
Yeah, and overall, I very much enjoyed Rebel Ridge. It was a really fun action thriller with really cool characters to get behind, and pretty fun final act with a action set piece.
Mm.
You know, I recommend Rebel Ridge. It's a good time,
Mm.
good old time. Not mind blowing or
Mm.
anything, but you know, just fun. I feel like I would when I was watching it, I was kind of like in my head, it was kind of reminding me of something, but that has escaped me at the moment, so I cannot tell you what it reminded me of. Oh, Rambo. It kind of reminded me of Rambo, the first movie.
First Blood.
Yeah, First Blood. Kind of reminded me of that movie. There you go. So I guess it's kind of like a Rambo light.
Hmm. Interesting. Because I heard pretty good things about this.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, blew up on Netflix when it came out.
Yeah, did it? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had no expectations behind it. I just saw that it was there, and I was really interested at first because it kind of looked like a generic Netflix movie. Not gonna lie to you, they put a lot of those out, so yeah, I wasn't expecting much. But I'm glad I saw it. I'm glad I saw it very last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie that made me realize I have fucking brain rot. I was so upset. This is what I was watching, by the way, when I
God.
sent you that message.
Yeah, I know. At least you said so.
I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend. I'm giving it a 7. Good old
Okay.
7.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Privilege.
And with that, that concludes our endpoint for 2024.
Oh my god.
We went about as long as I thought we would.
Yeah, oh thank god. Well,
Yeah.
but honest we would, yeah. No surprise that we went on long. We always fucking do.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I think we'll end that there. So yeah.
It's been fun
Thank you
talking
all
about
for
movies.
watching. Absolutely.
See you
And
next time. Whenever.
we'll see you, I guess, next year when we get out our best and worst stuff.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see you guys next year. It's been so long. This is gonna be a banger joke when you hear me say it. I'm gonna be like, I haven't seen you since next year, and you're gonna
I haven't
unsubscribe.
seen you since 2024.
Yeah, and then you're gonna unsubscribe from us because we're really bad at comedy.
Ah well.
Oh, and I'll blame Gabe for letting me make that joke. I was like, hey, what the fuck were you thinking having me say that? What the fuck were you thinking? I don't know I'm gonna blame you specifically, but
I don't
I just will.
I don't take the shits. I just stir them.
I just will, alright?
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Well, bye bye.